Good evening.
Hi, paper.
Just check in.
Evening. Hi, paper.
Yeah, we are. Okie dokie. Buster.
Looking out upon the shore, I found balance and so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines. And show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. And you can bend reality into what you think your cognition sees. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And Bev sent me the whole this Dodo paradox. So
And
he knew.
we
Did you
are
send
Oh,
send to you also?
live.
live.
Yeah. Welcome everybody. This is Euclid Night. Obviously, heated discussion right from the off. It's all go. And all generated to, thanks very much, to Beddy last night. And his well, it was supposed to be Aristotle's logic, but I think the lines got blurred a little bit between Aristotelian logic, Beddy's logic, and Aristotle's logic. It was a bit hard to tell what was going on most of the time. And hopefully we get a chance to clarify what Beddy was bringing with some of the slides that he had, particularly the geometric ones that, I mean, Euclid didn't do anything about dodos. So, although he did talk about spheres, but they talked about it in a different way than most people talk about spheres today. It's changed a bit from real to not real. Not there. No thing. Rather than that thing. So is anybody like, we may as well carry on and continue over with the Beddy, the overflow from last night, because obviously there's a lot of people that didn't listen to it and then they have had chance to go over it. There's a lot of people that have had chance to rethink about what actually did occur last night, how the argument went, and people that have been off and researched stuff that from the conversation that we had last night. I mean, all positive, right? I think there's a lot to be learned from what we went over last night within the discussion about where we're going and what we're doing and how we're talking about things. Tonight, I've got prepared a few geometric proofs to back some of the statements that Beddy made, to back Beddy's final thoughts within an argument and a question that I think we've asked many people this question. Where is it? Over here. I think Mike was posting it. I haven't actually got it on my PC. But I'll post it in here. Right, now those two there. This is Beddy's final thought or final whatever question that he never got a chance to talk about. He did say today in the chat that he was prepared to do a second presentation based solely upon this and whatever his problems were with it. We'll be going over the geometry and the geometrical things of this. Saragaki, I mean, we've already done it, but should give us a chance to go over the Euclidean version and show that.
Yeah, that'll be good, I think. Yeah. Just to let folks know, because we were talking about it before Bev went live, but I did have a chance to briefly talk with Bevy this morning. He did confirm that when we were talking about that final slide, without the if and the then in there, that I think Saragaki or Mike had put in there. Yeah. Oh, Bev, sorry. That the way that the slide is, the second slide there that Bev posted. Yeah, that one, he did verify that when we had discussed, well, it's kind of confusing. I'm not sure if Betty's talking about just the formological part of it. Like, is it formed correctly into a valid argument or not? And I suspected that that's why he added that second piece down at the bottom. If not, why not? Because as I pointed out last night, any writer that puts "if not, why not" in there is begging the question that it's not. So he agreed with that, said I caught on correctly that it is the formological part of that is incorrect. So Bev fixed it. That is the correct, the one that says if all perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other and all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical, then all verticals are parallel to each other. That is a correct form. So then the answer to the question would be: is that an argument? Is that argument valid? Yes, it is. But I think Beddy would say that he doesn't necessarily agree, or maybe he does. I don't know. But he didn't exclusively tell me whether or not he thought the material was correct. As Paper was pointing out yesterday, you need both things. You need the form, and then you need the material. And Beddy was just saying that the form is not correct on the original slide. So. just for everybody's.
Yeah.
info.
That's what we are doing tonight. This is Euclid Night. So the form is fixed with a few different words. I wouldn't say there's much of a difference, right? It should be assumed that you can understand what that statement makes, right? Without the addition of if, and then. I would say. But maybe not in a traditional correct way of saying it, but you should know and be able to understand what the statement means. I mean, the addition of if, and then doesn't really change the context of the statements or, the conclusion at the end, does it?
I'm glad you said that, Bev, because when I first read that, I understood it fully, and I said, why is there a question there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right away.
Yep.
It's just meant to confuse you with some sort of, I don't know, I have to call it academic snobbery. I call that.
Well, that's
I
the
think
thing,
it's
right?
even worse than that. I think Kevin picked it off. I think it's put there on purpose to raise some sort of doubt, because for him asking that, he knows what he's doing.
Well, exactly, Essie, and that's the point of the ambiguity with regard to whether the issue is with the form or the issue is with the material, right? What it actually means that's what I mean by material. And since Betty didn't state one or the other, we were left guessing as to, so what are we talking about here? Because there's those 2 points. Is it the form that we're talking about being invalid potentially, or is it the material? Or the truthfulness necessarily of that proposition that says that it's invalid or not.
But
And
that's just it, Kevin. Oh,
right.
sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
That's just it. Neither is invalid. He's
Right.
trying to raise doubt by asking that question.
Yeah.
That's my point. Yeah.
Yeah. It is, I think, to most of us that have been around here, right, and listening to Bev and USE, and I'll speak for myself. I also, looking at it without the if and the then, I understood it perfectly as well. Now, is that because I put in my head, I put the if and the then in there? Maybe, possibly. Is it truly a perfectly formed logical statement without the if and the then? You can argue that point, but I'm with you, Essie. I don't know for sure. I don't want to presume anything negative necessarily, but what I will say is it left too much ambiguity for me just to leave it like this, right? And not specifically say, look at the form specifically. Is this argument valid by form? Now that would have been much clearer, right? And then you could go on from there to discuss.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
But I say even the form of it, when I read it, I didn't find any issues with it. I understood. Maybe you should read it out and have the listeners make a judgment for themselves. I mean, to me, it was clear cut, no questions.
Just going over some of the things I've got ready for today. So, within this statement, if we take the this particular statement, or was there another one that he did about horizontals? Did we miss that one? Do they sort of build up to each other?
He's saying both versions are invalid, Betty?
No, to be clear,
So Mike Jones posted in the live chat.
Yeah,
I don't know that. He didn't tell me that specifically.
Okay.
But he said that we were correct in last night in suggesting that it was the form of the argument that was the problem, missing the if and the then, in other words. So that's what he told me, though.
Yeah, see,
He may have told Mike something different.
the
Sorry,
first
Beth.
one from Mike there is he posted the if and then, right, which is the fixed form of it. And he said, as a reply to that, that's the attachment. The argument is invalid to Mike.
Yeah.
Right, but then he said, Mike says, assume that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Bebby says, yes. And then Mike says, no need, it's definitional. And Bebby says, no. Vertical and horizontal assume that they're perpendicular. And Birdie says, no, you can't assume it. It's not definitional.
Yeah, interesting.
And then he said, he defined it that way. Let north be the direction that the compass needle points. Horizontal is defined as a line or a plane perpendicular to vertical. Vertical is defined as the direction of a plumb line. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. But it's not definitional. It's provable. So, but it still has to have a definition. Just because something's provable and true geometrically has to be defined.
So you have to define what perpendicular means.
Mm-hmm.
And perpendicular is when you have two equal angles from both sides of the angle. So
Correct.
if you therefore it means it is perpendicular when you have two equal angles, and these angles are of course right angles, but
Yeah.
it is not very relevant. Two equal angles, because it creates a perfect opposition. Because
the right angle.
Yes, because
the correct one.
If you are trying to move this vertical line to horizontal, you are inclining this line to one side. Therefore, you are diminishing angle from one side, by you are widening angle.
Yeah, you
from
end up with
other side.
Two different angles, right? It's
Yes,
called
two
the
different
right
angles.
angle because there is only one. It's the same on both sides. There's
Yes.
only one angle at that point because it's the correct one. That is the angle that you're after, the right one.
Yes, and therefore this vertical line is most distant from horizontal. You cannot position in more distant position than vertical. This is most distant position from horizontal, and that creates opposition. That in that regard, this line vertical is in opposition to horizontal. I'm creating true dichotomy. That's why they are in opposition, and in which regard they are different from, they differ from each other.
Yeah, maximally opposed.
Yes.
Yeah, so the geometric terms that we're going to go over tonight, horizontal, parallel, right? So to do this properly, with Beddy's argument that he says is invalid, we would have to just check it over. Invalid. So, in order for get everybody to understand, we've just gone over perpendicular, plane, and parallel. Right, now all of those are definitions within Euclid. Now horizontal and vertical are not definitions within Euclid. But they do exist in reality. They're reality terms. So what's happening here is we're taking the geometric term, we're equating it, or we're showing a difference between the geometry and reality by adding in horizontal and vertical. So the understanding of the initial geometric term is built upon into reality, and then we come to a conclusion at the end where we mix the geometric with the reality terms. That's basically what this final argument, Bede's final argument, is about. So we'll check it, as we should. You don't want to just check everybody's work. I mean, it does. I don't think it's actually Bede's statement, this, but we'll take it as though it's Bede's final argument that he wants everybody to talk about. Oh, we've already got a taker in the chat. Verticals aren't parallel, he says. Only, that's a very bold statement. You got anything to go with it? Hopefully. So, do we need to go over the definitions, or should I just read them out?
Absolutely go over the definitions.
Okay. So, Euclid's elements.
Let's rationalize their fantasy.
Just open my book. What have we got first? Perpendiculars. So, a plane, right? A plane superficies is that in which any 2 points being taken, the straight line between them lies wholly in that superficies. That surface, let's say, if you want to equate it to reality.
Thank you.
So a plane surface is that in which any 2 points being taken, the straight line between them lies wholly in that superficie. So you can put 2 points anywhere on that plane, and the straight line that connects those 2 points will lie wholly within the surface. I.e., the line is straight, the surface is a plane surface. Not a curved plane, because that's fucking ridiculous. So it's a straight line. The straight line tells you the form of the plane. Very simple. Any 2 points. That makes sense?
Yep.
And then it goes through angles. Straight lines relationship between 2 straight lines that they're meeting. A plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of 2 straight lines to one another, which meet together but are not in the same straight line. So Euclid wouldn't say 180 degrees. There'd be no need for Euclid to say that.
Right, that's just a straight line.
It's not an angle, it's just a straight line. And then definition 10, book 1. I've said this is the probably the worst thing a globe believer can ever hear. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles, like we've just gone over with paper, is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other straight line is called a perpendicular to it. It's literally, the definition of perpendicular has its own definition, where they add that word in just for that specific angle. That's how important that one angle is, the right angle. Gets its own term. Perpendicular brings in perpendicularity, perpendicles. It's a fantastic word. But everybody knows, as soon as you hear that word, you know what it means. There's a right angle. And those are two straight lines. They can't have a curve. One of them cannot be a curve. Definitionally, two straight lines. And what was the other one? What else have we got? Perpendicular, plane, and parallel. Now, this is... a lot of people get confused with geometry and parallel, because there's a lot of people that say there's something about a parallel postulate, which is really a triangle axiom, but they try and say that there is no parallels, right? They try and shift the geometry into something else based around a shift in an axiom to a postulate. But they completely forget, before the axioms and before the postulates, you have definitions. And the last definition within Euclid, definition 35 in my book, I don't know how anybody else's books, some of them may be different, it says, parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane, and which, being produced ever so far both ways, do not meet. So that's a definition of parallel straight lines. There's no definition for a parallel curved line. It doesn't exist. There is only parallel straight lines. If you're looking for a parallel curved line, the closest you could ever get would be a concentric circles. But that should be pretty obvious that the inner circle has a different curvature rate to the outer circle. So they can't be parallel. They're just concentric. There's a different word for curves, because the curvature has to differ from between the two lines.
And then for me, this is the big thing, right? Neither of those two definitions had curve contemplated anywhere. It's specific to straight lines, perpendicular and parallel, specific to straight lines.
Yep. And that's pretty obvious when you go through the geometry of all of this sort of stuff. Yeah, well,
yeah, you would hope.
Now those are the earlier definitions within book 1. So, not to want to confuse anybody, but we have to go to book 11 if you started talking about this, because book 11 is solid geometry, and you'd be confusing people if you were trying to talk about any of these things and trying to relate them to reality, right? Because the solid is 3D, is where we live. So we have to have a look and check book 11 just to make sure that there's no sort of differing things. They're not going to add curvature in. If there is a redefinition, it'll be here. This is what I call the reality part of the geometry. And the definition... a straight line, this is definition 3 in book 11. A straight line is a perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Well, that means, back to the earlier one, any 2 points placed anywhere within the plane will form a straight line. So that's saying that anywhere you do that with a straight line, you will have a perpendicular to that plane. It's within the definitions again of Euclid. A plane is perpendicular to a plane when a straight line drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. So this works. Planes that are perpendicular to planes act like lines that are perpendicular to lines. It's just the extension into 3 dimensions from the earlier 2 conceptual geometry. Inclination of a plane to a plane. There's a redefinition of parallel because it says parallel planes are such as do not meet one another though produced. So it's just, again, it's an extension from the line to the plane, and stating that the lines are parallel. Well, it said 2 straight lines in the same plane are parallel. Well, this is now stating that planes, parallel planes are such that do not meet each other. Again, it's an extension into the and it says a solid angle is that which is made by more than 2 plane angles which are not in the same plane meeting at a point, at one point. Don't think there's any more on that. I think that's all we had was plane, parallel, and perpendicular. So the definitions are clear. If anybody's not got from that nowhere in any of those terms was there a curve mentioned anywhere. Just straight lines and planes, perpendicular, parallel. So we got that sorted. Now, premise 1 within this thing is all perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other. Well, this is where I should be getting my phone in. Hopefully. I've forgotten how to go live on this again. Oh, am I in? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Right. Right, can you guys see that on the screen? Stolen Concepts in the chat, broadcasting my Euclidia.
In Discord we see it.
Yep. Right,
Yep.
and on YouTube you see it, hopefully. Now, this is Euclidia. It's a phone app, game type thing. I say it's a free one. worth messing about with. I'm going to go through a few of the things within this app. It sort of goes over Euclidean geometry in a, I call it an interesting way, because it gives you challenges and tasks for you to do. Right, so in this we have, I think I've got 2-6. Right, now this, you see that there? This one says drop a perpendicular from the point to the line. Now, it's got a couple of different goals. One of them's with the shortest way of doing it within the game, but we're going to try and do the traditional circle to show you geometry. Right, so...
Oh, your mic is breaking up pretty bad right now.
Is it?
Breaking up.
In Discord? Okay, let me... is that because I'm watching that screen?
Sound good now.
Is it okay now?
Sounds good now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that still okay? It's not the full screen, is it? No? That's good. Right. So, the idea is to drop a perpendicular from that point using the only tools that you have, which is like a straight line and a circle. So, how would you do that? You know, how is it, you know, how can you do it? Well, Vesica Pisces is a way of doing this. So what you do is you draw a circle. So like that.
Well, hang on. So what you can't do though is just willy-nilly draw a line, a vertical line down to the horizontal line. In this game, you cannot do that.
No, it's got, this has to be geometrically exact.
Correct.
In order for yeah.
Yep, it has to be attained geometrically. You can't just. It's not like a paint program, or if you're playing around in PowerPoint or something where you can actually draw a straight line and it just snaps. No, that's not what this is about. You have to get there geometrically. Just so everybody knows. That's what drives me crazy about this game, is figuring out how you're going to get there geometrically. Yeah,
so all you have is just the ability to do circles, but as you can see, see that when you make the circle to the straight line, you make another point, an intersection point. You can then use that as your starting point to make other circles. So it becomes how do you use the tools that you've got in order to do the challenge that they're trying to give you? Anybody any ideas?
So you can draw a circle from intersection from the left side, and then you can draw a circle from second, and where they intersect, they will intersect in the middle. It means yes, that's it, I think.
Yeah. See, both of these circles that are on the page here have a similar center, which is the original line. And they have a similar end point also, which is the original point. You know, they're both, that point that you were given is similar on both of those circles. This point up here at the top, that's similar on both circles. It's part of the circumference, and the straight line is also on the the shared diameter, let's say, shared radius or whatever within that bit. There's just a shared center line. So what you have there, you have another point down there at the bottom. So you've got a top and a bottom. You can then join the line from there to there. Boom, completed. That yellow line is the line that is perpendicular. That's a straight line that's been generated by those circles. Fantastic. That's geometry. Right? It's not. There's no numbers involved in it.
The location of the straight line was generated by the circles. You have to insert the straight line.
Yeah, but the formulation of the concept behind those circles is that one point is a similar, it's on both of the circles' circumference, isn't it? And both of those circles have a similar straight line. So there's a logical form that you can derive in your mind that helps you come up with this formulation. Right? It does develop a little bit the concepts of where these straight lines come from and how the relationships to the circles are formulated. But this, the basic concepts of geometry is using the circle and the points generated from the circle generate a perpendicular, a straight line.
It's really good to know.
It means that this is repeatable, like an experiment. So therefore, it is provable.
But that horizontal line is just as important. You have to have that shared diameter.
There you go. Simple, but that's perpendicular within Euclidean geometry. Now, that is how you form a perpendicular in the shortest moves as well, with using circles.
So these 2 points where two circumferences are intersecting must create straight perpendicular line. It has to be. This line, this vertical line, has to be perpendicular. There is no other way.
Correct, because of the way the circles have been generated from the initial point down to the horizontal line. That vertical, that yellow line, can only be perpendicular to that horizontal.
Yep.
It cannot be anything else. It is totally provable, 100%. Those are two right angles on the top side of that horizontal and two right angles underneath it. If Bev were to carry that yellow line down to the bottom and create a vesica Pisces.
Right,
100% provable. It's awesome.
Drop a perpendicular from a point, right? Then you have this one. It says erect a perpendicular from the point on the line. It's the next one. So it's the point on the line that's needed to make the perpendicular.
You're going to need 4 circles here, I think.
I don't know. What do you reckon? 4.
That's
It says
my
at
guess.
the top. Can you see at the top there?
No. What?
It has there. It says goal, 1 line, and goal 3E. So that's like 3 moves or 1 line. So
okay.
there is a tool.
It's called a square.
I think that's a perpendicular tool. No. Yeah, so there's 3 moves, I think that what it means. You know, there's so that probably will mean a circle, obviously. Most of these start off with the circle, but sometimes if there's 2 points, that'll give you what you need. So, and they always seem to work a slightly different. So, I don't want that circle.
And it only gives you the tools you have the option to use, right?
Yeah.
You already have certain tools you can use, correct?
You can use the compass or the straight line. So that doesn't work. That's not going to be right, is it?
No.
Anyone, any ideas?
You only have 3 moves, huh?
I thought I gave the answer already.
Go on.
You need a square. You need a square, a 90-degree square.
Yeah, well, it's not going to allow us to do that. I mean, but you can, yeah. You could use like just put a perpendicular on it, and that would be good enough.
You use it. Yeah, you use a square to do the perpendicular up, and you use the square again to do the perpendicular down.
Yeah.
But you can only use line and circle.
Yeah, he doesn't have that tool.
This is getting you to think outside the box geometrically. No pun intended.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I've done it, so I'm not going to give it away, Bev. So somebody else will have to save themselves.
I was looking for something that I thought I had.
Have you don't know this one yet?
But yeah, I've done it.
Okay.
I was just wondering if anybody had the idea.
You need to have a plumb line going through the center of that point.
Standard vesica Pisces, isn't it? Projects.
Yeah, but in order to make in order to make the straight line, you have to have the vesica Pisces form directly above the point. But if you do it like that and make a circle and then make the vesica Pisces, it's on the side of where you require.
Yeah, it's not through that point.
Can you not start the center point of the circle somewhere else and take it to? So the radius becomes from the center point of the circle you're creating to the point that you want.
Go beyond.
I think that's going to be guessing.
Yeah, it's
because you're guessing at the size of the radius to get the vesica Pisces to be directly above that point.
You can guarantee that this point here and this point here are above each other, right? See that? Once you do that, the center of that circle there is in the center of the circle. That's where you want it to be. Now, if you put this side as the center, and then this is the outside, you can guarantee that the smaller circle is directly half of the bigger circle, right? So you can also do the same the other way, where then you can make a vesica Pisces that would
You got it already there. You got it already there.
Yeah.
You see where the two circles. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah.
You use the vesica Pisces. But I mean,
that was 4 moves though.
Yeah. That
they
was
say
4.
you can do it in 3.
Yeah. So, how do we do it? You've got to get rid of that center one.
Yeah, the small circle, you don't need it.
Yeah.
You just need the two big circles.
But how do you know? How do you know that those 2 big circles are going to be equal? In order to do it.
That's the thing, right? You need the little circle to the diameter of that little circle to be the center points of the 2 larger circles. That's the trick there. That's why it's 4. But it can be done 3
circles and then slide it over. Make sure they're the same diameter.
How do you make sure they're the same diameter?
I'm just saying, could you overlap it? Could you like overlay one circle over the other, make sure that then just slide one circle over? You can't do that.
Think you're barking up the wrong tree, perhaps.
Okay.
This is so good, and I got to go to a meeting in 8 minutes. I hate this.
Yeah, this is.
Well, the hold on a second. The 2 radiuses, yeah, the radius of both circles, it's what it gives you the perpendicular line. You don't need a middle circle.
Yes, but they have to be equal.
But you can do it without the middle circle, can you?
Yeah, no, because you have to draw the little circle to establish that these big circles are equal. Without it, you wouldn't get it.
Listen, the 2 large circles, they are the radiuses. They are equidistant from each other. That gives you the middle point. Yeah. So now, where those two circles going to meet on the top and bottom, that gives you the perpendicular. You don't need the middle circle.
Yeah. So we don't need the middle circle, but I mean that was using vesica Pisces. I think you might be surprised.
Now, what I'm saying is, from that point, yeah, you have a radius to your left to another center point. You can do now. You can draw a big circle. No, on the same horizontal, from the center point.
What?
You just need to bring that circle down. The middle of the circle needs to be on the horizontal.
No. No.
How do you know that?
Not for the shortest moves. I showed you the vesica Pisces one, but this is a little bit different, right? So you make a circle that you do that, but you've got to use logic now, because what you do is that circle has relationships between that chord there and an other chord on the other side of it. It is these equals and opposites always come together, right? So you make a straight line here from there to there, right? And what we're doing here is we're making equal circles and triangles mainly. Although you can't see it, there is 3 parallel lines been made there. One at the bottom, one at the center, and one where it bisects at the top, up here. Boom, there. See that point?
You guys are going to love this.
There you go. From there. Done.
3
moves.
You might have to do it again, Bev. Yeah. You might have to do it again from the start.
But can you see what's going on here in this?
No.
Right. Any angle do they say subtended or whatever within a semicircle will be a right angle. Pythagoras. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. That's all going on in this very thing here. You can see the formulation of that triangle there, but right, here we go back again. So logically, we want to make a perpendicular to this line. We make a circle, and what we're doing here when we make this circle like that. Oh.
It doesn't really matter where that second point is necessarily, Bev. It's just gonna make the circle bigger or smaller, right?
Yeah.
That point, the center point of that circle, you just kind of willy-nilly placed it out there to the left and up, yeah, from the horizontal.
That line there, from the center of the circle to where it intersects with the
horizontal
with that line, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the radius.
Correct.
Right? Now, because that occurs at that position, it also occurs on the other side, because that other intersection point is another radius, if you will. And because you've done that, you've generated a triangle. You've got 2 radiuses and a straight line, which is like the chord within the circle. So you've used that circle to generate 3 points, really, and make a triangle. What you're after is a straight line that goes up there, right? So if we now make this line here from that other point to there, I mean, we could go the other way also. Like if
that's what I was saying.
If you do this,
right of it.
see that there, you've made a 4 angles that are all equal all the way around that. And so if you wanted to complete that, you've got that there. So now you've just developed equals on either side of that line. Because that's what the circle does within the geometry.
Can I just say that the angles are within the straight lines, not the curved one?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, it's the triangles that make the angles. The circles just give you the points that you can use to make the triangles and use the triangles. So then that makes this line, this line here, the line that you're after. But you could just as easily make that line there as well, and you've made a circle, a square. Which we have been told that's the radius of the square.
Yeah, that's the square that George was getting at in the first place. You just put a square there.
It's a square.
Yep.
I have a question, right?
Okay.
So, all of that, what's the benefit of all of that in reality?
The benefit? Well, this bit here. See, that triangle there is within geometry and Pythagoras. That angle there that's subtended within a semicircle. So you use the diameter as your baseline of a triangle, whenever you're making a right angle, because the geometric fact that the angle at the subtended where the other point meets, so that point that is there could be there. Any one of those points, you will have a right angle. But since you already had one line.
Initially, you said, you clearly stated that, okay, for the purpose of drawing a perpendicular, right? So I don't get the benefit of just drawing circles and.
Well, if you had, if you were given a compass and a ruler and a pencil, would you be able to derive a square from a circle until knowing this?
See, all of those angles there will be right angles.
Yeah,
the benefit is that you don't need to measure anything. You just have 3 points and it must be right angle without measuring.
Yeah.
You know that one isn't, yeah, if you want to give it a numerical value, 90.
But it's not, it's just right angle. That is the 90-degree right angle, the correct angle that you're after.
It was a right angle before it was 90 degrees.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it is 90 degree right angle. It has to be right angle. You cannot have different outcome.
It's logic before math. Geometry. Logos. Logic.
And that is
you don't
beautiful.
need numbers.
That skeptic. I mean, can you not see the qualities in knowing what you know, if you once you do that, maybe you want to get a bit of pen and paper and do it yourself, and then at the end of it you'll get the achievement. But if you're not looking for that, then that's fine too. I mean, if you just all you think of is a square and a circle, I think personally.
What bothers me, but what bothers me personally is the practical implementations of all of that in reality, right?
Yeah. Well, you can work out.
How can you bring all of that?
Yeah, well, you can use like right angle triangles in carpentry roofing, for instance. That's how they set a roof out, from a right angle triangle. Using those, that's obviously really basic geometry, but it's the principles of it. Right angle triangle, length, and the rise, height.
Yeah, as long as you can put, like that one has had just a baseline, one straight line, and you can develop from that geometrically the thing. So all you need is your baseline and the wonders that you can do with it, with circles.
The baseline is horizontal generally.
Yeah.
Otherwise you don't even know if you've got a slope without a horizontal. Unless you use water or maybe a ball or something.
Yeah, a ball wouldn't be used.
But
though,
you need
would
a horizontal. No, I'm just.
Yeah. The practical implications of this are everything. This is geometry.
It's like me setting out a corner, in the building. Yeah, I use 3, 4, 5. But I can see more to it now. I understand that this is where it starts. It's the foundations of all that.
I think it's good to also it practically demonstrates what are the basic fundamentals that you need to get the result that you want. You know, you've got to go all the way back, and it's like, what's the least amount of moves you can do this in? And you know, to do it in the what was it, 4 moves to begin with, and then you did it in 3.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good. It's like you suss it out the long way, the Versica Pisces. You suss it out that way, and then you think, well, there's another way of doing this, and it gets your brain working.
Definitely.
Gets the noggin jogging. Hey, spot on.
See this one? Any idea how to do that?
Tangent to a circle at a point.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it says? Sorry.
Yeah, tangent to a circle at a point. At point.
Is it at point? It doesn't even say an A, does it? Interesting.
No, it just says at point.
Yeah.
You
got a right angle there, haven't you?
You can draw 2 circles, right? Intersect 2 circles. Just try to intersect 2 circles and draw a line in the middle.
Not like that. No. Yeah, won't get it at the side, will it? How do you know that's at the straight?
Well, the red thing appeared, isn't it? The dot.
Yeah, that's just a random dot, isn't it? That's the other end of your...
Isn't that the point in which it touches? Don't know, I'm just...
Tangent. Line. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, hold on.
There goes, quarter then.
How's that?
3 lines. 3. Where's that? Why is E? 3E, why is that?
That's 3 moves.
3 moves.
Yeah, because you could, because we've got extra tools now. Let me go back. You've got a perpendicular. Have we used this perpendicular tool? No.
Yeah, you have the perpendicular marked right now, but you need the straight line first from the center to the...
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah. Straight line from there to there. Perpendicular from there. Oh, wrong way around. There to there. So that's just how to do it using the perpendicular tool within the game. But that's, I think, cheating.
Cheating,
yeah. You're better off doing whatever in the shortest moves that you can.
You doing that on the PC, Bev, or is that on the phone?
No, this is on my phone.
Yeah.
That one's not right, is it? It's not giving me a finish on that one. Mustn't be right. Can't remember how I did it.
Three circles.
Yeah.
If you use the point on the circumference as the center point and make a circle that has a radius bigger than the radius of this one, putting a point on the circumference, then it's basically like how you did the other perpendicular with just the one circle, because now you have 3 points right on the circumference of that inner circle forming a chord. You just use that the same way you did earlier. Well, now you're a little bit back on the wrong side in relation to the point you want to draw the tangent to.
Oh, too big. Oh, no, wait a minute. That needs to go through there, doesn't it? Needs to have the shared.
There you go, yeah.
Needs to have that as the shared radius. And then we use this intersection point there. Did I do that? Was that one? Yeah. And then that to that.
Yeah.
Because that's the diameter of that circle. And they have all got corresponding. Well, that's the tangent to that first circle. Geometrically. Which are the other ones I had?
It didn't give you a complete again, though.
That's only because he's... Yeah, the yellow line means it is completed.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
It already showed him the completion screen once. That's why it's not doing it again.
That's why I was wondering if it worked that way.
Yeah, tangent to a circle at a point, and I think the next one is to make the circle. There you go. Construct a circle with the given center that is tangent to the given line. Well, the point here is that you need to find that point that is directly underneath it. Oh. Oh, no, that was wrong. So there's the bit using the Vesica Pisces, I would say. So therefore you'd need the circle of there to there. I mean, that's massive moves. Way too many. But the idea is that you can do it multiple different ways. Using like the logical idea. But there's obviously a better way of doing it. I did it in 5 there. There is a way of doing it in 4. One of the circles looks a bit superfluous. One of the moves does anyway. but sort of shows that this is a way. These patterns and stuff should be looking a little bit familiar, because it's obviously geometry. So if the circles, like we see here, go to make and show that the straight line construction is possible. Let me just check this, because the other ones that I had on here, yeah, we don't need to do the circle through a point. I think let me just check what the 4-1 is. How to double a segment. Construct a point on C. Point C on the line AB such that AC equals 2AB using only a compass. Just given 2 points. And all the only tools it gives you is the compass. So we want to go the other way, don't we? How'd you get the point at the other side over here?
You just need to draw.
Yeah, using we need to find a point where C is exactly twice
AB.
AB, yeah. So we need to find the diameter of the circle.
Just draw a line, straight line. I've got already AB, right?
It's only going to give you a compass.
You cannot draw a line.
What do you mean you cannot draw a line? You have AB,
is the radius.
It's a radius.
Without AB, you don't have the circle.
Exactly.
Well, the point of this specific task is to do it without drawing straight lines. As in, you do not have a straight edge, you only have the compass.
You have only 2
but you
points.
need a straight line to do the circle, though.
You need the 2
circles
points
of the same radius. That's what I'm saying. So now you have the 2 radiuses, connecting to each other. Yeah, and where the 2 lines, where the 2 circles meet on the top and the bottom, it crosses. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
No, you don't need that.
Yeah, I know you don't need the second one, but you can see the formulation there, right?
Yeah, of course.
But there are 4 circles.
Yeah, you only need 3, right? Point there.
Yeah.
Point there. That's a straight line. It's just an extension of that, but using the compass. There's no straight line there, but the points are there.
You increase the big circle, but you don't need the big circle for to have the perpendicular.
Yeah, but that's not what it's asking. It's asking you to increase that straight line, AB, to AC. That's what it says. Construct a point on C on the line AB. But there's no line AB there, is there? There's only the 2 points. So the challenge is to find where C is, not having a line. But you do have the circle, the 2 points.
I get that. So can circles make lines? Yeah, I get the whole purpose of
showing you this, right?
Yeah. I think. See.
And that construction, once you start with that construction, you can then do that. You can then do that. Right? The same you did before with that circle, we can do with that circle. You can do it with that circle. That circle. That circle. And those straight lines will just keep going.
Nine lines.
Oh, I got a V.
9 moves.
I don't even know where that comes from.
Right?
That's awesome.
Like, why did it do that? But that just goes to show. I mean, that's what I was talking when we were saying to DP. The water level test is going to be related to this very thing. What we talk about and the water level test that we do is based upon this. This idea here where this straight line can just be continued. These would be all of the points on a water level there. And all of these other perpendiculars will be perpendicular to it. You're going to call one of them horizontal.
For vertical, right?
Pardon?
V stands for vertical, right?
No.
You've got 2 V's. What?
Yeah, 2 V. I think it's the 2 versions of it. It sort of says that there's multiple ways to do it upside down, or I don't know. But that if you call, I can't even draw the lines on it, but there will be one where we can do this. But if you call that line AB horizontal, like was it George that was saying, the perpendicular's already there in the Vesica Pisces, and each one of those Vesica Pisces will be perpendicular to that line that you've just extended. All of those are a straight line because they are shared straight line segments, i.e. the radiuses of those circles that continue on are shared straight lines. Much the same as the larger circles. And there's a little fishy in there as well. Hidden away. That's one of the best ones, I think. That particular formulation was one of the ones that got me the most, right? In order for you to perform geometry, you don't actually need the lines.
Your mic is cutting off again.
Oh.
Yeah, you're clipping again, Bev.
Any better?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah.
Seems to be when I come in and out of the thingy screen. Well, that's good enough for us to see that anyway. Right, I've got another. I don't know what for. Oh, I think these were Saragaki's ones. Oh, 6. There you go. Square root. It says we did sort of go over this one, but I don't think we showed it within this. Square root of 2 with a line. Amazing. Construct a point on C on the ray AB such that the length of AC is equal to the square root of 2. Do you want to run us through this one, Saragaki?
I haven't gotten to this one in the game myself, so this is interesting. No, I have not. I only got to the one where you draw the tangent to the circle myself. I haven't gotten any further than that. So,
Did you do this one before, Bev?
Pardon?
Did you do this one before?
I
remember doing something with the square root of 2 you did. I don't remember if it was in this app or if it was something else, but I remember you calculating the square root of 2.
Yeah.
You have to create right angle triangle to have
Yeah.
to utilize Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah. So what it is you're after 1 to start off with. Right now 1 is already given to you as being the circle, right? So we're going to start off with that circle. That gives us 1 as a radius, and what we're after is the square root of 2. Yeah. Now the square root of 2 is going to be the perpendicular of that. So they would put the perpendicular, like he says there. Ooh. Which gives you then 2, that one and that one. Those 2 are both equal.
1 and 1.
Yeah, they're both 1. So you're after the square root of 2, which obviously is that.
Yeah. How did you get to draw the diagonal without another circle?
Well, yeah, I know. This is like it doesn't say using only the.
Yeah, I got it.
You got all of the tools. I mean, I did use the perpendicular tool, but so to get rid of that, you're after the circle there. So that circle has a radius. That one that I've just showed you there, that radius also goes to there.
Beautiful.
Right, so that's adding that radius to that line that was 1, now adds the other bit onto it using the circle.
The other transcendental bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that line 2 is transcendental if you try and put numbers to it.
That's right. That's the really interesting thing. As soon as you it makes perfect sense in geometry. As soon as you try to take it to the numbers, you can't get there.
It's impossible.
It's impossible. Yeah.
This is obvious that this new radius is also hypotenuse of created triangle. Therefore, it has to be this root.
Yes.
It's beautiful that you can see on the screen proof of something.
Yeah. You demonstrate it, don't you? It's not just something numerical. It is a process. It's a proof. You demonstrate it and you have the answer there in front of you.
Yes. Proof and demonstration are interchangeable words, in fact, in logic.
And I think this one is let A equals B. AB equal 1 always. construct a point on C that the ray AB, that the length of AC is equal to the square root of 3.
Oh, I'm loving this. This is awesome. I can't wait to get to this point myself.
I can only guess that it would be hypotenuse of a triangle, right angle triangle, where two adjacents or two legs are not equal to each other. I suspect that, but I am not sure.
Right, well,
Noticed the same thing.
If you go off the Euclidean, sorry, not Euclidean, Pythagorean formulation of how we just got to the square root of 2, it was a squared plus b squared equals c squared, so it's 1 squared plus 1 squared. How do you get to the square root of 3 using that formulation?
I am not only suspecting that, because if you have equal legs, your outcome always be root of 2. So, but I am not sure if you have unequal, maybe in some proportion, but I'm guessing only. Or maybe there is another way. I don't know.
What do you reckon to that? We make...
I think it looks beautiful, yeah.
That looks... You've done 2 and 1. With this line now being... So if we put that on... There you go, square root of 3. All done with circles. I mean, this should be right up your street, Saragaki. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah,
because I've seen you've actually done this, but this is bit by bit. And if you were to do all of these together, because you know that there's 4 and 5, possibly 6.
Yeah, you have to always keep in mind that the radius of the first circle you draw, that is 1.
Yeah.
Always, every single time, that is the 1, numerical value 1 every time. And you have to work from there. And then you have to understand what the idea of the square roots are in the first place, which in mathematical sense, they will tell you it's the 2 numbers you have to multiply together in order to get that number. Let's say it's 2. The 2 numbers you would have to multiply to get 2. Well, like we just stated, you can't do that with numbers. So how do you do that? What is 1 times 1? What is 2 times 2? You know, we're talking about straight lines and making squares. So when you have the radius 1, and you make that into a unit square where all the sides are 1, then the hypotenuse, the diagonal of that unit square is the square root of 2. It's beautiful how it works in geometry. And the square root of 3, as you are on now,
yeah,
that is that line in the vesica Pisces there that you have.
Yeah.
Through where the 2 smaller circles intersect, where that bigger circle also now intersects both of those 2 circles at that very same point. So using that as the radius to form this square root of 3 line, it's actually very beautiful to look at how it's done just this simply.
Now, what would you say came first? The square root of 3 or this? Where it's a relationship, it's a proportional relationship to the radius of the initial circle. That's all you're doing. It's like Fibonacci type thing, isn't it? That once you start off with the line, the radius, and that can be any distance, at all. Any 2 points is all you need to do the initial circle. To guarantee that's a straight line. The circle shows that that radius is equal all the way round. It has to be a straight line. That becomes the one, like Saragaki says. And everything else is a proportional to that initial one. But it's not one, it's a line. It's the radius. It's the... Beautiful.
I still don't follow why this is square. This is root of 3. I don't get this number of proportion. Why root of 3?
Yeah, how to explain it? The root of 3, like when you put it down like that, square root of 3, that is a mathematical thing. That's symbol, the square root symbol and the number 3, because you don't use these things in geometry. You only have circles and lines. So that's very mathematical to put that symbol there, square root of 3. So it's back to the understanding then of what they mean by that symbol, the two numbers.
I understand that because, for example, in previous example, I understand why we obtained root of 2, because we are utilizing Pythagorean theorem. But here I just cannot see that.
What you're using is the square root of 2, right? The initial one that you add as the square root of 2 is 2. Right? Because you have a squared plus b squared, which was 1 and 1. Well, this one, you're starting off with 2, the square root of 2, right? Because you're starting off with the number 2. And you're squaring, you're having that as the square already, 2. And then you're adding the square root of 1 again to it. So you're now after the square root of 3. But you've got to think, you've got to take numbers away from this thing. The moment you start this, you have to say the line is 1. Now, the number relationship comes secondary. You can't let the number take over your thoughts in this. You're taking, the square root of 2. That line. You're adding 1 to that.
So to put it in sort of relation back to the unit square, where the diagonal of the unit square is square root of 2. To visualize the square root of 3 a lot easier, it's the diagonal through the unit cube. If you want to, do a sort of similar visualization of what that line is.
Half of a right angle.
There you go. That's there's the difference of the square root of 2 to the square root of 3.
And just to round it up, if you want, you can also use that same center and put the circle all the way to the outer edge of the circumference there on the horizontal line to the next point over, and have the square root of 4 also. Because that's double the initial radius. It's the diameter now. 1 plus 1 is 2. So.
Okay.
Oh, other center, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Square root of 4 there.
But that was already there, wasn't it? That point was already...
And that's also why you can see how the square root of 4 is not transcendental. It's just 1 plus 1.
Yeah, it's not on its own. It's already It's already there. You don't. It doesn't need to be made as another circle, derived from anything else. It's literally it's already there.
That's cool.
And that progression will keep going, won't it? That you can do that with all of them. They will all lie on that line.
Oh yeah. The horizontal line, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
All starting with the same center there on the left.
Yeah, that is cool.
See what else I got. 5-1. You see, I haven't really got that far in this at all. But I thought that some of these for the basic ones, we've been talking about perpendiculars. We did this straight line with circles. This is parallels. Although we've already done parallels, right? All of the other stuff earlier relies on the parallels and the relationships of lines within the circle. Construct a line parallel to a given line through the given point.
Notice the point is the parallel line.
Yeah. Yeah, you need the line, right? It's not good enough to say, oh, it's already there, the point.
What's the parallel point?
Yeah.
Yes, they see globals. They say that they have horizontal points perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
Complete, yes.
Right, okay. What do you reckon?
Well, you already did this earlier, really, when you made the square earlier. It's the same thing here. Now you just have to make sure that that point is also one of those 4 points on the circle circumference, I guess.
You could do a Vesca Pisces with the parallel line on the top.
Do a what?
Can you? Do the Vesca Pisces, and that gives you the parallel line on the top of the circle. If both of the... Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you could go the long way around, I guess, and do and draw perpendicular down now, and then form another vesica Pisces just to draw a parallel.
I like the lines, to throw the other one in.
Yeah.
Using the straight line. I think we did it a bit earlier, didn't we? When we were doing... Oh, I don't know which one it was. Anyway, one you remember that one?
Yeah.
Because the lines are similar. Like this line here is the same as that other one, right? You've made an equal thing there, haven't you?
Yeah.
That means that all of these points here are the same as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant earlier when you made that square.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm talking about now.
Right, so the straight line goes there. That means you add this point here and this point here and this point here will be parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Parallel, meaning you can do this with circles on this straight line, on the bottom straight line, forever. As long as the circle has the center point the same. It doesn't really matter how big the circle is or whatever. all of those. You just do that with the circle, can't you?
Oh, nice.
You can make big circles. It literally doesn't matter how, because all of this is scalable or non-scalable. I mean, it doesn't matter whether the circle's like that or like that. Oh.
It's just the distance between the lines looks like it gets smaller. The further you take it away.
But all of these lines, they have a symmetry, right? Because of the circle above and below the one center line that you're starting off with. And the fact that you can put all of these circles on this center line means that they will have an equal above and below it. That center line will always be the diameter of every one of the circles. And whenever they intersect one circle to the next one, there's a shared straight line segment all the way along. That is geometry, and those are the proofs. Now, I would say within Beddy's statement, there's only two questions to relate to reality. Is question number one would be, if you have 2 points in reality, A and B, which both have a location marker, would you consider the shortest distance between those 2 points a straight line? And a straight line meaning the geometrical straight line, that if there was a plane there, those 2 points would lie within that plane wholly. The straight line that you imagine. Because it doesn't have to be there. Geometrically, you only need those 2 points to be able to make a straight line that isn't there anyway. You don't need to draw it. There's no need for you to actually physically make the straight line shown earlier. All you need is those 2 points.
Yep, I would completely agree. If you can have that in reality, then that would automatically be a shortest distance in between the two, which would be a straight line.
When there is a line equidistant from 2 points. You make a straight line. Here you go. Just two perpendiculars. A line equidistant from 2 points. Construct a line through the point C at an equal distance from the points A and B that does not pass between them. Make a straight line and then perpendicular to that. That's perpendicular there. And then that's a perpendicular there. Just two perpendiculars. Geometric proof. Parallel
Yeah,
lines.
first you start off with racing, is that what they call it? Drawing a perpendicular from the first straight line, and then it's just dropping a perpendicular from that C point back to that perpendicular line, and they will be parallel. Yeah. That's what it is, baby.
It's geometric proof. There's no other way around it. I mean, right angles. The sum of the angles of two right angles. There's no triangle formed.
Yep.
Parallel lines. There literally is two right angles there, right in that thing. You've got two angles and both of them are right angles. They cannot meet. There's an axiom that sort of states that with the triangle axiom, we call it. And this is the one fact in the one place where it couldn't happen.
If that line, the yellow line, was anything other than straight, then it wouldn't be right.
Couldn't be parallel. Couldn't be equidistant, could it?
Mm-hmm.
It says construct a line through the point C at equal distance from the points A and B that does not pass between them.
Yeah, it's talking about the line itself,
Yeah.
Not the point C, but the line that passes through point C. Just to make it clear if anybody was having any,
Yeah, but that's good, isn't it? Because it does start off with 2 points and asks you to make a line equidistant from 2 points at another point. The wording of it, I think, is very clever.
Very precise, yeah. That means from both points A and B, the perpendicular line from those points meeting the line passing through C would be equal. Or will be equal, are equal. I'm not trying to make it sound like there's any doubt. They are equal, both of those perpendicular.
Yeah, I haven't done the
second one.
No, with the cheap one. Oh, I need a line, don't I? It's not going to let me do that. It says you've got to do it in 2. It won't let me do a perpendicular from a point to a point, you know.
I wonder why, Globers.
Yeah. What's up with it? You just won't. No matter what I do to these points here, it won't let me do a perpendicular. Wonder why that is. Might be because you need a line. Yeah. Got to have the line to start off with. And I do actually have a parallel line. What? Got a parallel line tool. So
a parallel?
Yeah. Like a parallel line tool. Properly Euclidean parallel lines as well, because those two lines need to be straight in order for that tool to work.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Imagine having a little app on your phone that is it's got all the proofs of all of this stuff that I've heard people talking shit about for fucking ages. And this is a little app, and then right at the bottom of there it says there is no royal road to geometry, meaning somebody can't give you a magic spell to give it to you. You have to practice it. You have to do these things, and this is the perfect thing to do. I mostly do this on the toilet, to be honest.
It's a perfect little game / teaching tool, actually. Like, if no matter your age, this is pretty amazing what this little app here can teach you.
And you can just play about with it, right? To keep, how would you do it? And if I do this and no, that doesn't work, and I find you generally formulate some sort of an idea on how you would do it. Now, you might not be able to do it in the shortest moves and the quickest moves, but you can normally come to a conclusion somehow just by messing about with it and playing about with it like it's a game.
Yeah, every time you unlock, or how do you say it? Every time you learn within the game to do a new construction, like forming a perpendicular, once you've done it once, it will give you that tool to just do it, because now the game assumes that you know how anyway. That's why you get that tool in the first place. But the thing that you actually did to unlock that tool, the way you actually did it, is something to remember, because that is an important type of construction that you're going to be using throughout, the rest of the game and throughout all of geometry in general also. This is the understanding you're trying to get for yourself.
Yeah, I think there's nothing quite like actually getting a compass and doing this, because that has an extra element to it. I did this sort of thing. But this particular Euclidia it sort of gives you the idea, because these aren't necessarily Euclidean propositions, but they are built in a way that you use Euclidean geometry to come to the conclusions at the end, and it just gives you little challenges to make an angle of 60 degrees, make an angle of 30 degrees, make an angle 90 degrees. It's some of this really simple stuff, and it builds up on itself. Now, some of the later stuff probably will be way complicated. I don't know. I'm not anywhere near any of that sort of stuff yet. But it's worth going over and knowing that these are proofs. Even the simple things are geometric proofs, but you get more of a sense of what a proof is when you actually get to do it. Once you can demonstrate it to yourself.
I would say that this is comic book for logic, because you can see in the picture. So it is, for me, this is like logic in comic book. By comparison, it's on the analogy.
Yeah, it just gives you little bits to practice that give you the idea of what's behind actual Euclidean geometry.
This improves your imagination, because you have to synchronize your thinking with your imagination per se. So, and you can formulate the conclusion that what you see is logical, not only beautiful, or the square is square and the circle is round. No, but what you see is logical. You can see logic on the paper.
Yes. Yeah, so I recommend anybody get this. Get it, download it. It's free. But you might want to buy some stuff. I mean, there is a thanks thing on it. Maybe get the packs to get a bit further, because it's tricky.
Oh, it is actually very tricky at some points. It's because you can see every little challenge has 3 sort of stars that you can unlock depending on how you complete the task, it'll give you like a score. And you have the two different kinds of criteria, the L and the E. E being the Euclidean constructions, which you're doing it all from scratch in the fewest moves using Euclidean construction. And then you have the L being the fewest moves, utilizing the tools that you've unlocked throughout playing the game as well. So it's like you said earlier, there are many ways to go about actually completing this, and it's definitely challenging at some points. How do you actually do these things in the shortest amount of moves possible?
Yeah, sometimes just actually doing them is tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Euclid, it's all laid out for you. You can just do a sort of a follow along sort of a thing. But in this game, you have to do it yourself. There's nobody holding your hand here. It's down to you and how well you understand this stuff in order for you to progress. I think it's a really good tool.
Yeah, it gives you the idea. Somebody was saying a bit earlier, like what is the use of this sort of stuff? Well, the use of this particular game or whatever, it's brain training, I think. Both logically and geometrically, because they use, like you said, you have to think about the process it's asking you what to do, right? It's very clear geometrically what it's asking you to do. It's your interpretation of it is, I don't know. I like the idea of the square within numbers and the square root. That one got me particularly because when you hear that, you hear numbers. And when you know that within Euclid there were no numbers, then it brings the idea of the square of a number to being the hypotenuse. It then becomes like either the radius or the diameter of the one number in relationship to that. Which I guess it means the square formed by.
Yes, when let's say the diagonal of the square of the first unit square, 1 times 1 is that square where all sides are 1, equal to the radius of the first circle. That diagonal, if now you use that to build a square with, and then get another diagonal. You can keep going like that. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm going to leave it up to everyone to do this, because this is really cool stuff, both visually and, like Paper is pointing out, logic is visible on the paper when you do this. You see where all of these things come from originally.
Yeah, I mean, oof. Goes up to 15 Omicron. I'm only on 5. And as you can see, I haven't got all of the stars on all of the earlier ones. And it is getting tricky. Or, like I'm thinking I'm going to have to go back to understand all of the earlier stuff that I've been over so I can understand it more. Like when I think somebody was it you, Saragaki, that had a book where the fella said, do not move on until you fully understand what you've just done. I think I'm getting to that point now where I need to go back because, it's getting tricky. So there must be something that I haven't quite grasped earlier on, and like we do.
Yeah, do you want me to get you the quote? Because I have it.
That'd be cool.
Imagine how I feel, Bev.
I guess we all feel like that. I know I do.
Yeah, but your grasp is much greater than mine.
I wouldn't think so. you know, I wouldn't say so.
It's you don't want to overcomplicate things. Just keep in mind it's only straight lines and circles.
Yeah.
That's base. That's where you. So how much more of a grasp can you have on straight lines and circles, right?
It's a new form of thought. It normally didn't think along those lines and circles.
Okay, here's the quote. It says, in studying Euclid, first be sure that you thoroughly understand his meaning. Do not attempt to pass on to the second definition or proposition until you have mastered the first.
Makes sense to me.
To be honest, I would recommend anybody to go out and look on Google or whatever. Just look up a PDF version of Francis Young's, I guess, translation of Euclid's Elements. It's from 1871. You can easily find it on Google. It's a really, really good one. He only has book 1, this guy, Francis Young. So if you want to go past book 1, I'm not sure he has any for that. But just for book 1, I think it's really good for anybody who's interested. Go and look for that. Francis Young, 1871, Euclid's Elements of Geometry.
Thank you.
Yeah,
1871, you said, right?
Yeah.
Just before.
Oh, I'll post a link in Discord also, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how far we've gone to, or how far we need to go to prove that perpendiculars make parallels. Or the fact that you don't actually need the line in order to do this. You just need the circle, i.e. the original distance from A to B. Now, if that exists as a straight line, you've got all the proofs you ever need. Simply within geometry. And could you replicate that in reality? Could you replicate a circle in reality? Is it possible? Do you think there are people who can do that? And is there any way to relate geometry to reality through a circle?
I would say you basically already answered all of these questions by going through Euclidia, but how clear was it actually made while going through it is the question then, I guess.
Yeah.
I would say you were going down the right path when you're asking about the 2 points in reality, location markers, and if you would say that there is a straight line between the 2 points, I think that's the direction you want to go, because I've made an analogy to that very question before about a quote from Michelangelo, the guy who painted the Sistine Chapel and made statues. He says that within the block of marble, there exists the statue already. It's only his job to, chisel away the chaff that is not part of the statue. The statue already is in the marble. Just like the straight line is already in between the 2 points, the shortest distance already exists in reality. So I would say yes, obviously you can have an actual circle in reality once you have a plane. If you can have a plane, then you can have 2 points. And if you can have 2 points, then you can have a circle and have a plane just by the 2 points also. But yeah, I guess it's a question for anybody to contemplate, I guess.
Yeah, we can harp on about proofs and vertical and horizontal, like, forever. And I think that's a major difference between people. Some people know that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular and they know what perpendicular means. And other people just don't know.
Can you show anybody that doesn't know that, Bev?
Doesn't know what?
What you just said.
So you know that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Bev, can you answer what I just asked you?
What?
Don't get confused now. It was direct.
Yeah, I was sort of aiming in at people like you. Do you know that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular?
Of course.
And do you know that perpendicular is the relationship between two straight lines?
Did you know that you can have a tangent on a circle, Bev?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know that that tangent touches the circle?
At one point and one point only, yeah. It's a straight line, isn't it?
So then it's vertical at that point.
What?
Right? When it's perpendicular to the tangent.
At what point?
When it's perpendicular to a tangent,
it's a circle. Wait, where's the vertical come from? Where did you magic vertical from?
Did I just say tangent? Do you know what a tangent is, Bev?
Yeah, it's a straight line that touches a circle at one point and one point only.
And at that point, a right angle would be perpendicular, correct?
You mean the radius? It is at right angles to the radius at the point of tangency. The point that it touches, it is at right angles to the radius or diameter.
It was pretty clear what I said. Why are you getting confused?
Can I just ask before we go on, like, why are you so angry over there, Alpha? This is like kind of ridiculous to listen to how angry you sound for no reason. Can you try and tone down the anger a little?
Misrepresents everything. He can't answer a question. He talks around the points.
Did you get upset because I said that some people like to obfuscate and they don't know what
I
it
asked
is?
you who. I asked you specifically who, Bev, and then you
Obviously you. You're one of the obfuscators, obviously.
No, I said that.
You got butt hurt for me saying it. You wanted to come in and white knight people
Bev,
like you.
I didn't. I agreed with it.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't understand that that applies to a circle, to a sphere, based upon a tangent, which we were just talking about. So you're the one that's getting confused and talking around it. And
you're talking as though it's a tangent, right? A tangent's a geometric term.
When you're standing on top of a circle,
you don't stand on top of a tangent. Don't be fucking
You've got
stupid.
a circle.
Come on.
You've got a circle, Bev.
What, when you're standing on a ball? Or when
you... that you're touching, you just said a tangent touches at one single point. So you've got a circle, you're touching one point. You can draw a tangent to that point,
minute.
Correct?
Are you trying to say that you're a tangent now?
No, Bev, can you answer the question?
Are we talking about a tangent or are we talking about you?
Are you incapable of answering what I just asked you?
I'm trying to just understand. Are we talking about a tangent?
I was really clear there, Bev. Were you listening or were you talking over me?
So we've got a tangent.
Bev, answer.
We've got a tangent, and the tangent is touching a circle at one point and one point only.
Right, and you draw a perpendicular line to that tangent.
At the tangent point? Or just anywhere on the tangent, a perpendicular to the tangent? Anywhere?
Well, if you did it anywhere on it, it would be vertical to the tangent.
No, it wouldn't. It would be perpendicular to the tangent. You're not getting confused again.
No, I'm not getting confused.
No,
Bev.
it does. Well, you did say vertical, but you meant perpendicular.
Yeah, and then I corrected myself, but you're talking over me again.
Okay. So
now
any perpendicular to the tangent won't have any relationship to the circle, will it?
Bev,
other than the tangent.
Can we go back and get you to answer the questions I was asking you?
Go on then.
I've already asked them. Are you able to answer?
Go on then. Ask it again.
Yeah,
Why would I ask it again?
I would like to understand what you're trying to ask personally. So for me, I would like to hear you ask it again.
Saragaki, sorry, what?
Your question was nonsensical.
Again.
Can you try it again, please?
Oh, so what about it was nonsensical?
I can't even relay it back to you because I can't even understand what you're trying to add.
So you don't know what the question was?
Yes, please tell us the question again. Please ask your question again.
The point that you're touching on a circle, you can draw a tangent to that point, and then a line drawn off of that would be perpendicular. You agree, Bev?
No, not any line would be perpendicular to it.
That's not what I said.
Well, state it again, because that sounded like what you said. Please, go over it again.
Everybody hears that you don't understand something directly asked to you.
Go on, try again then.
No, Bev, I'm not going to try again. This is like talking to a 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
When you say, in your question, you said, when you are touching a circle, what does that mean?
Anything you want it to mean, Saragaki.
Yeah, that's why your question is nonsensical, right?
It's not nonsensical. You
Of course
can touch
it
a
is.
circle on a piece of paper with a pen. You're making a point. You can touch a circle with a stick, making a point. You can touch it with a toe, making a point. It doesn't matter. You're touching the circle at a point. The point here is a point. It's not nonsensical.
It's a point on the circumference, isn't it? It's not just any point on the circle.
Your narrative.
No, any point on the circle could be like in between the center and the circumference, anywhere within that planar figure, couldn't it?
You're not actually touching the circle then. You're within
The circle is a planar figure, is it not? A 2D shape, yeah? The circumference is that which binds the circle, yeah?
The bit that the tangent touches is on the circumference, right? It's not just anywhere on the circle. I mean, you're not very exact. It doesn't sound like you're speaking very geometrically. You're all roundabout, all over the place.
So, Bev, you don't know what I mean then? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. You're talking shite.
Unbelievable.
Yep. It is that unbelievable that you can't even ask a sensible question.
It is absolutely shocking that you have that low level of comprehension.
Yeah. Obviously.
So,
it's obviously me, isn't it?
It's quite funny. It's very understandable that you didn't.
Isn't it amazing how we come from a Euclidean background today, where we've just gone over proofs of perpendicular and all that, and now you're coming along, touching circles with your toe to make a tangent.
Bev, how have you determined that you can apply a 2-dimensional definition of perpendicular to a 3-dimensional world?
Did you not hear me go over the definitions at the beginning where I went over solid geometry? Just to make sure people like you can't go over the 2D.
Right? Definition of perpendicular.
Perpendicularity applies to a plane.
How have you applied that to 3-dimensional?
By saying that the straight line is perpendicular to the plane when it is perpendicular to all the straight lines meeting it in that plane. You don't remember that? Book 11.
I'm going to ask, are you applying that to the Earth, for instance?
Book 11. No, it's just solid geometry, 3D.
Okay, so that you agree that doesn't apply to the Earth.
It applies to 3D reality, yes. But why are you so obsessed with the Earth?
Does it apply to Earth or not?
What are you talking about? Dirt? Does a geometric term apply to dirt?
Not dirt, Bev.
No. What? Go on. What then?
The Earth.
Yeah, the Earth. Like, have you got a specific bit of dirt that you want to call? Because I don't understand. That's what
if you pick up a handful of dirt, you go to somebody. This is the Earth. That's what you say.
This is Earth. This is the soil. I call it.
I said the Earth.
Yeah, and I asked you to qualify. What is the Earth? Is it great globe? That one.
So you don't know what the Earth is.
I'm asking you. Is it The
No,
Great Glahoba.
I want you to tell everybody here that you do not know what the Earth is. When somebody says the
okay.
Earth, you don't know what it is.
I will say to you right now, right, in this respect, and I'm asking you to qualify it for yourself, Bev, do not know what you mean as the Earth, because I've asked you what you mean by the Earth. I've said, I think it's soil, dirt, that's Earth, the stuff they grow plants out of.
So
that's what I think it is.
No,
I've asked you
Bev.
what you think it is, and you haven't told me. So I will definitely say I haven't got a fucking clue what you think the Earth is, because you won't say.
What you think or say. I said you pick up a handful of soil and you say to somebody, this is the Earth. You said, no, that's incorrect. So no, you did not just say that the Earth is soil. Now you're lying.
So what
can
do
I
you
just
say
point
the
out,
Earth
you
is?
know?
So Bev, answer the question. You know what the Earth is. You know what that is in reference to. Are you saying all your talk about plane and perpendicular applies to the Earth? Yes or no?
I will say that I do not hold the same Great Glahoba as the Earth.
Yes
as
or
you do.
no, Bev?
Right, that's obvious. I think
Yes
it's
or
just
no?
soil or dirt.
It's a yes or no question.
It is not.
So is the answer no? What you're saying about the plane and perpendicular does not apply to the Earth?
No, it was not yes or no question.
It is a yes or no question. I'm asking Bev is what he said about the plane and perpendicular and whatnot. Is he applying that to the Earth or
It
not?
applies
Yes
to
or no?
reality. How about that? How's that do for you? Does it
Can we
apply to whatever your concept of what you think the Earth is? I've not got a clue. It does apply to reality,
you.
definitely. I don't know what you think the Earth is.
Okay, so then I'm going to ask you, because you said one plane. Can you show the evidence of the testing you've done to show that the Earth is just one horizontal plane?
Dude,
Since
I
you're
haven't.
just saying
Dude,
that claim though, that's crazy.
Yeah, I've never claimed that. So where is this test that
you just did, Bev? Because you're making you're stating.
I think that was you.
Vertical and
You
perpendicular
claim that
because it's one plane. Now you need to go out on the Earth
one
and
plane?
show that only one plane exists.
What are you talking
or you
about?
invalidate your logic.
What are you talking about?
Wow. Is this guy for real? Is this is this Brenda without a voice changer?
Very similar.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Is that you, Brenda?
So you're
or are you related
you're
to Brenda?
to apply
Brenda, is that you?
Perpendicular with one linear description.
Sounds like Brenda to me, for sure.
Saying that it applies to reality, to the Earth, but you haven't tested that.
I was thinking the exact same thing, that it sounds just like Brenda.
That's interesting, Bev. Why haven't you gone out and tested that? You make the claims, you make the statements. But
You are putting words in Bev's mouth, though. Nobody claimed the Earth is a plane. That came from you. You brought that here.
Yeah.
No, Saragaki, you're misunderstanding.
You and Brenda.
I asked him if what he was saying with his definitions apply to reality, apply to the Earth. He said yes. So he did in his definitions state a plane, a singular plane. So I'm asking if he's tested that for Earth, because in order to apply it in reality, he would need to show that it supports.
I've not done anything about the Earth,
but he hasn't
you
tested
dickhead.
it.
Why would you go and test something that ridiculous? Have you ever seen a mountain before? Like,
why is it ridiculous? You're saying it's reality, but why wouldn't you test it?
No, you're missing the point completely. Nobody said that but you. Are you going to let me answer your ridiculous question, or are you going to sit here and be angry all night? Because this is not fun for anybody.
I'm not angry. I'm
yeah, can
laughing
you
over
like
here
chill
you're
for a
making
minute?
claims and you haven't tested anything. It's
No,
hilarious.
okay, yeah, you're putting claims in other people's mouths. It's kind of annoying.
No,
Nobody has.
He definitely made claims. I asked him specifically if he could apply it to the Earth, to reality, and he went through his whole rigmarole about
So
how
definitely
it does apply
yes.
to reality.
I said definitely
so he did make a claim.
yes. You can apply this to reality. You can apply perpendiculars to reality. Absolutely.
and you live on the Earth in reality, right? So you're stating that all verticals.
I don't know whether you're Earth, right? What do you consider the Earth? Please be more specific.
Do you live on the Earth, Bev?
What do you
exist on
consider as the Earth? Alpha, Brenda, whichever it is
on
tonight.
the Earth, Bev? Do humans exist on Earth?
Why can't you answer what you consider the Earth to be? Why can't you define it? That's strange. Do you not find
no
that
definition
strange?
Needed. It's common knowledge that we exist on the Earth.
That sounds like a paralogism.
Planetary body. That's what we call it.
Sounds like a paralogism. If you can't actually define something that you say that anyone can define. That is you, Brenda.
It has to be.
So, Bev, we've clearly
about reality and geometry. Hey, Alpha, how you doing?
Hey, good, Cleary. Have you come with any evidence that you were asked for from the last time?
Just physics and reality, geometry.
No,
yeah.
I asked you for citations for every claim you made. You had 0.
Oh, I thought I provided everything for you. Oh well.
No, you didn't. You provided nothing.
Like you didn't provide any definition for, in quotes, the Earth as you brought here.
Yeah, the Earth. What is that?
The Earth.
Alpha. The Earth is the dirt.
That's what Bev thinks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it is.
Earth, dirt.
Yeah, actually, I started using Earth to grow plants in. Yeah, I've been doing that recently. Growing some herbs, it's nice. They grow in the earth.
Please remember, this is Euclid Night. Don't be going it into fucking gardening.
Dirt, and you go to somebody and say, "Look, the Earth." Is that correct?
Say what? You're saying the Earth is a singular object? Is that what you're saying?
It is Euclid Night. Would you give it a general shape? Would that be 2D or 3D, that shape?
The Earth is not a planetary body. Is that what you're saying, Cleary?
Why would you say that? You guys will be you'll be getting yourself into trouble saying things like that. Imagine what somebody would clip you saying that.
Is not. Don't ask what Earth is not. You are asking what Earth is, and not what Earth is not. You are changing your position. Be consistent, please.
Is Earth what you live on and experience in daily life with horizontals and verticals and perpendiculars, or is it something you see on TV, Alpha?
Well, I'm sure you see it on TV as well as live on the Earth.
Well, you just got this society, mindset about the Earth and presuppositional ball that you live on.
What presupposition? Where does that come from?
Well, you're trying to say that horizontals aren't parallel. You're trying to say that vertical and horizontal are not perpendicular.
No, the horizontal of the same plane are parallel. If it's a different plane, they would not be. There's nothing wrong with that.
State that again, something about parallel and horizontal. Can you just repeat that last bit?
That of the same plane?
What about that plane?
That plane, like what I said about that singular plane, Saragaki, is that what you're looking for?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I said that of the same plane, they'd be perpendicular, they would be parallel. The problem exists here, then you need to go out and prove that there is only one plane.
No, that there is a horizontal plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you need to go out and show that there's only one horizontal plane.
No, not just only one. It just means that any horizontal plane will have all perpendiculars being parallel.
On that plane?
Yes.
Not necessarily in comparison to or reference to a different plane, though.
No, of course not.
No,
Right,
just
so
the
you would-
horizontal plane, yeah. We need to be able to establish that there is a horizontal plane, because believe it or not, there are people that don't believe they're real.
No, Bev,
Isn't that
you
weird?
you need to show.
Are you one of
that
those
there-
people that don't believe that horizontal planes exist? Do we have to try and prove a horizontal plane first?
No, you would have to prove that there's only one horizontal plane.
Where did you get the idea of the only one from? I want to know that very specifically.
Because a globe would have an infinite number of horizontal planes.
Or zero, because it's a ball.
Or zero.
No,
Zero, yeah.
No, you
But how
could.
would
You
it
could
have
have
zero?
horizontal planes all the way through it. Right? Like
So
slices.
we just
yeah.
determined before, you can have a tangent with a sphere, correct? Everybody agrees with that, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you can have an infinite number of tangents on a sphere. Each one of those tangents would be a horizontal plane.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Okay, so
Don't be
how would they
stupid.
not?
The reference frame. Do you know what horizontal is? Have you ever hung a picture on the wall?
Obviously, he doesn't know what horizontal is.
Model afflicted. This guy, he thinks horizontals are tangents. Imagine that.
Bev, are you going to try and show me that a tangent would not be horizontal?
Yeah, they're not.
All right, show me. Please do.
They are
just put it on-
obviously not horizontal. Not
Show
all
that, Bev.
horizontal.
Show it.
Yeah, because if you put it on the side of the ball, right, it'll be vertical.
Yeah.
No,
Can
it
you
won't
not
be.
see that?
You need to, like,
It would not be.
like, need to resurvey
Saragaki,
the whole
you would have
world.
to show that plumb. You would have to start talking about plumb to define vertical. on
Yeah,
the
just
Earth.
hang a plumb line and then hold the ball up right next to the plumb line. It'll be a vertical plumb line, and the ball will be right next to it, tangential if you touch it.
So, Saragaki, do you think that somebody could show that plumb lines are not parallel?
See, what you could do is,
No.
right, you could hang two
No,
plumb
what would-
bobs
What
and
evidence
put
do
a
you
ball
have to
in
show that
between
plumb
them.
lines are
You'd have two tangents,
parallel?
wouldn't you? You know,
Like,
if you
the
were to
problem with
have,
this is you'd
if you
actually
were
need
to
to go
have two,
out
if you were to
and-
have a tangent at
show
the end
evidence.
of a diameter, what would that give you?
So, Saragaki, you'd have to
If
go out
you
there
have a
and show
diameter of
that
a
all plumb
circle,
lines are parallel to one another.
if
can't
you
just
have a
say that based
diameter-
on geometry and definitions and whatnot, they are. You need to go out in reality and show that they are.
Alpha, if you have a diameter of a circle and you have a tangent at each end of it, are they parallel? Are those tangents to a diameter parallel?
Well, those would be, but is a diameter only defined by one direction line through the circle, Bev, or can you have an infinite number of diameters drawn through?
Ooh, that's interesting.
And now draw tangents at each end of them. Are they all parallel with each other?
Each one's at the end of the diameter. Yes, they would be parallel.
But
Wouldn't
in
they?
reference to the different diameters you've drawn through, how about them? Are they parallel?
Or to the diameter, yeah.
No, there's different diameters you've just drawn through. So they're not parallel to each other.
But they're not
You've got an
tangents to
infinite
that.
number
Those
of
other diameters that
You've
they're
drawn
not tangent
tangents to
to.
each one of those diameters. Now you've referenced all of those tangents you've drawn around that circle. They're not all parallel to each other.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so you want to
So,
reference,
there
you
you
don't
go.
want to
Saragaki
reference the
agrees. So,
tangent to
Saragaki,
one
then you can
diameter
agree that if
to the
Earth
diameter
is
of somewhere
not
else,
a
dear.
flat plane, if it is spherical, then we have that scenario there. Now we need to go out and test whether that is or isn't.
So
That's
test it.
ridiculous.
What, you need
test
to go
it
and test what?
prove that the verticals and plumb lines are not parallel. You have to prove that.
Right,
Not-
and surveyors
not
do that
blabbing.
all the time.
Dude,
Are we
please.
really going down
Don't
this
do that with
conversation
the
now?
professional people. Don't say that. Because now
Bev,
you're
have
going to
you-
be
have you
asking
found a way
who
to
are the
discredit any
professional
surveyors that have
surveyors
shown
that have
this?
said that? Who?
Have you been able to discredit any of the surveyors that have said that, Bev?
Who are the surveyors that say that?
Have you been able to discredit any of the surveyors that say it, Bev?
The surveyors that say that? I'll discredit them. Who are they?
So who have you discredited then?
Citation, please.
I'm asking you to tell me who are the surveyors that say that. You're the one that claims surveyors do something that is impossible. You're the one that claimed that. You claim that.
Hold on. Did you just claimed it's impossible?
What's impossible?
What you just said. You just used the word impossible.
What's impossible? What did I say is impossible?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one that said it.
That's why you were asking me, right?
Was impossible, Bev. What did you just say was impossible?
That you said something about surveyors and you've never talked to any surveyors.
No, I didn't say anything impossible. You just clearly
you claimed
that something is impossible. What is impossible?
What you claim surveyors do daily.
You're saying that that's impossible.
What you claimed surveyors do. Yes, because I asked you which surveyors claimed that. And you can't answer, can you?
No, you just said that's impossible, correct? You said it's impossible to show that plumb lines are not parallel. Is that right? You're saying that's impossible?
Yeah.
So the people that have shown it then, are they lying?
Who are they?
It doesn't matter. Anybody that shows
it was surveyors earlier.
You've got no one.
Anybody that
shows you've got you've got a dodo. You're talking about dodos.
Anybody states that
there are dodos in your mind right now because you cannot say a name.
Are they lying, Bev?
Who's they?
Any surveyor that says that, are they lying?
Who's that?
Who?
Any surveyor that says it,
which one though?
Are they lying?
Which one is saying it?
If a surveyor makes that claim,
which surveyor is making that claim?
That's a general question.
It turned it to a hypothetical. I'm gonna say no surveyors ever said that.
Yes, that's what I would say as well. No surveyor has ever said what you claim surveyors say. So there would be no need for me to reply to it because no surveyors have ever actually said that.
You've talked to people about it.
I'm talking
people
to you about
surveyors.
He's talked to surveyors about it. So if Bev's saying nobody said that and he's unaware of it, he's lying.
Which surveyors?
I personally work beside guys that rely on their plumbs to be parallel for accurate mapping.
Over
Yeah.
what distance, Buster?
Name one, Brenda. Brenda, name one.
Over what
that Ben's
distance,
talking
Buster?
to claim it. You won't do it, will you?
Miles.
Over miles?
Miles and miles.
Okay, can you reference any of those people and show any of the testing that they've done
He
to show
doesn't
over
need
miles and
to.
miles?
He doesn't need to.
Absolutely not. Reversal of proof fallacy.
You're not going to name any. I'm not going to name any. But I watch him do it every night. I mean, it's okay. It's all right. It'll be okay.
Yeah, we believe you, Buster. It's just Brenda that doesn't.
No, he just what he just said there is not accurate at all. That's a lie.
Good story.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Well, you just said you watch them every night over miles.
Yes. Yes, he's talked to us about it many times, Alpha.
He's even showed us pictures.
What equipment were they using, Buster, to show that everything's
Plumb
parallel?
bobs. You prick.
Plumb bob.
No, how did they verify the plumb bob is in one spot is vertical and then it's completely parallel with the one that's vertical 2 miles away? That's what you just said. So what equipment they used to verify that?
Why he should know that? Ask the surveyors.
See, because he's making a claim that he doesn't know. He's misrepresenting
No,
something.
he's not making claim. He's talking about surveys. What are they doing?
They're using practical geometry, aren't they, surveyors? Straight lines.
That that plumb is parallel over multiple miles, and he's seen them do it
geometrically perpendicular to
has-
horizontal, isn't it? And a horizontal plane's a straight plane, isn't it? You know, in the traditional sense, in the old school sense of geometry, where two-dimensional planes were straight lines, all the straight lines contained within it lie wholly on the plane. That one, I think that's what the surveyors use, isn't it? Alpha. Have you talked to many surveyors? You may not know that we have.
Research it. Alpha, can I ask you a question? I've been listening for probably about 10 minutes now. And I know a smart ass when I fucking see one. Can you please explain to me why you're fucking playing mind games with these guys? You're not that stupid. There's no way you're this stupid. So can you please tell me why you're playing the dumbass card?
It's Brenda.
That's to you, Alpha.
Yeah, I know it's to me. I'm just having a little chuckle here at you chiming in.
But you don't
was I not supposed to chime in?
It's obfuscation
No,
tactic
I can draw
number one.
a conclusion based
Do
upon how you
not
sound.
answer the questions. It's Brenda.
Okay, so what's wrong with me chiming in?
Asking questions.
Nothing.
Okay, then don't fucking make a big deal out of it.
I'm not. I said I was laughing.
He still managed to not answer the question, didn't
have
he?
no reason to laugh. Like, you literally got zero reason to laugh. I'm not laughing. Nobody else is laughing. I wasn't joking. So why the fuck are you laughing?
I guess it's just something's funny
I
to
just
me.
want to know. I just want to know, because I know that you're not this fucking stupid. I can tell by the way that you're fucking talking. And I just want to understand why you're fucking playing mind games. Buddy, if you fucking set up a horizontal here, guess what? No matter what you set on that fucking horizontal, distance-wise, either fucking way, it's gonna be the exact same. No matter how far distant. So if you set up a plumb bob here, you go 2 miles down the road on that horizontal plane, it's gonna be the same fucking thing. So why are you playing mind games? That is fundamental truth that you can't fucking break, and you're trying to break it. Can you explain to me why you're trying to break something you can't break?
Well, for one, plumb doesn't determine horizontal. Surely you know that.
Yep.
And he did not claim it did.
Oh, he just did. He
No,
absolutely
he didn't.
just
That's
did.
you
He
claimed
said
it.
plumb defines a
Don't be silly.
horizontal. No matter how long down that line, it's still horizontal. It doesn't change or anything. That's exactly what he just said.
You're telling me right now. You're telling me what I fucking said. No, you're not. You're gonna listen.
That is what you
when I
said.
Just
That is
lying.
exactly what
Come
you
on,
said.
Brenda. Stop
So
lying.
You're confused.
You sound very confused. You don't even know what you're saying. You don't even know what you're hearing.
Yeah,
and that's a really dangerous combination, isn't it?
Because you're not this fucking stupid. And that's what's pissing me off right now.
Hey, get
You're a
mad.
smart
The more
man.
mad you get,
You're
the
a
more
smart
I
man,
laugh.
And
See,
you
there you
cannot fucking see that a horizontal, which here I'll even give it to you, is established by a level. There you go. And the vertical is established by the plumb bob. There you go. But you already fucking knew that because you're not stupid. So stop playing stupid and actually have a conversation. You're treating us like we are fucking Neanderthals, and I don't appreciate it. What, you're higher level than us? Don't think so. You're here.
Well,
You're equal to everybody here.
yeah.
And if you're not equal, then get the fuck out.
Right, let's have a go at
You're
this
right.
then.
I'm equal to everybody here. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
let's.
who has an
Yeah,
education
who's
and who
trying to
doesn't have an
trigger each
education, or who
other
knows
in
this or
what
that or anything.
bullshit that
You're
you're
right.
talking about? About this one. This is a new one to me. I got this today. The horizon versus curvature. How about that? That would be a good battle, wouldn't it?
What's your issue with it?
It says the curve of the horizon is not the same as the curve of the earth. Little e, it says in there, right? So the curve of the horizon is not the same as the curve of the earth. Little e, not big E. They are two different circles, orientated in two different directions. So that's the difference. They're just circles orientated in two different directions, and because of that, because they're circles orientated in different directions, you can't compare the two. Do you like that? So don't be comparing the curve of the horizon circle with the curve of the earth circle, little e. Because they're two different orientations, they say, or directions. They're just circles in different directions. And you can't compare the two, even though one of them may move away from the other one. Does it? Or can you? I don't know. Apparently you can't. Can you compare your circles? Is there any way you can compare circles if they have a common? But they do. They have a common. They must have a commonality between the two of them.
You can compare anything. What says you can't?
That thing there.
This meme, yeah.
Yeah. You cannot.
No,
it
not
says
saying
you
can't compare,
not
they're saying they're not the same.
directly compare them. It does say it right at the end. Did you not read it all the way to the bottom?
Yeah.
Right. It says you cannot directly compare them. That's where it says you can't compare them.
Directly, like saying one is the other.
No, it's the circles. You not know about circles, how you can compare them, because
You do understand that you can compare anything that you want to compare. Comparing doesn't mean that they're the same.
No, nobody said that we were the same. I mean, it
So
says
I
there,
don't
it says you
understand what
can't.
I don't know what your issue is then.
All right, so you think that's good then, right?
I understand the difference between Earth curve and the horizon curve. Yeah.
The horizon
Not a problem.
curve. Where's
yeah,
that?
the horizon is a 360-degree circle around you. Yeah, as you spin around, you
Is
can
it?
only
Are
see
you
so
sure?
far in a distance. You're creating a circle. It's not difficult
It's
to
not a
understand.
circle. You need 2 points, don't you? Where's the horizon point?
You need 2 points for a circle, or can you use an infinite number of points for a circle?
Well, you have to have a center point, which I presume would be you.
You.
Yeah? Well, not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
well, not
you.
necessarily me, because I don't go
Anybody.
with this, because I don't say
Anybody.
circle. It'd be foolish to say that. But I mean, this is you, right? So you put yourself at the center, and then you have to have a distance away, an equal distance away. Now, could you really say that the horizon was that? How would
You do know that if the Earth was a flat plane, that you would still be the center of a circle, and as you turned around,
No, I'm saying how can you put the horizon at the circumference of the circle? I mean, that's fucking ridiculous, mate. How do you do that? Is what I'm saying.
Why is it ridiculous?
Because you realize what a circle is.
Yeah.
Right? It's a 2-dimensional figure, a shape with the circumference is all points equal from the center. Right? You realize that's what a circle is.
No, well, you mean the radius, right?
No, I'm talking about a circle.
Yeah, I'm talking about the radius of a circle.
Yeah, okay. So you can
all
say
points equal to the circumference from the center.
So what is that distance to you whenever you're standing there where you're looking at the horizon? Yeah, I presume you must have a distance for it to be all points equal. So what is that distance?
Depends. It's different on any given day because everything's refracted because of the atmosphere.
So it's not.
Are we talking
It's not equal
geometrically?
then. It's not equal then.
It depends on what you're talking. Are you talking about the geometric?
We're talking about you standing in one position and looking at the horizon. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so we're talking about what we see then, of course.
No,
we
you
see the apparent horizon. Whoever, anybody that
right,
looks
so
out
you
sees
can
an apparent
guarantee
horizon.
then, because you're saying circle, geometric figure, two-dimensional thing, that all of the points are equidistant from you on the horizon, right? Equidistant on a two-dimensional. You going with that?
Well, you're talking about the surface, so.
No, we're talking about the circle that you've just claimed the horizon is.
Right.
So that means the horizon is the circumference of a two-dimensional figure, equidistant from wherever you are. Now, what's that distance?
It would change.
How do you measure it? When the last time you actually did this to check what was the distance that you confirmed that all points 360 degrees all around you were at for you to qualify circle?
To qualify circle? So are you saying that if they're not equidistant, then you can't really say it's a circle? So it would be some other shape that is reasonably close to a circle, but not actually a circle. Is that where you're going with this?
Well, you're the one that qualified circle. Are you sticking with circle? Or are we going to change from circle? That was a quick one if you are. Are you sticking with circle?
We can call it a circle, Bev. I don't have an issue with that.
I said to you, me personally would feel absolutely fucking ridiculous saying that the horizon was a circle, because I know the horizon is horizontal, which is a straight line. Now, to imagine that straight line is a circle would be fucking ridiculous. So I don't do that.
So when you turn yourself, so let's say you look out ahead and you're like, oh, I see the horizon.
Like
the horizon is horizontal.
On a roundabout at the play
and then
park.
You turn yourself, say, 60 degrees to the left, and you look again.
Yep.
How are you going to draw that? Are you going to say that you're going to make like an octagon, for instance, that it's not circular? Is that what you're saying?
Horizontal plane.
No, I'm just asking you to confirm if you
all horizontals would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. No matter how many degrees are turned around at each step, there would always be a straight line there. So the question to you would be, how many straight lines do you imagine it takes to make a circle?
You don't think that a circle is made up of straight lines? Are you saying it's not?
I'm saying when you're looking at the outside of it, what you imagine as a curve is actually a horizontal. So how many of those horizontals, when you look out, does it take for you to imagine it's a circle? Because you obviously do imagine it's a circle. You told us it was a circle.
Right, but what shape does it make for you when you do
it's
it?
It's a horizontal.
On flat Earth?
It's always a horizontal, isn't it?
So when you turn yourself in a 360 degree circle,
that's me turning round in a circle.
What do those horizontal lines make when you put them all together?
The horizontals.
What do they make, Bev?
I'm guessing a horizontal plane. That's why it's called the horizon, right? The totality of the horizon all the way round is called horizontal. The totality of the horizons go to make a horizontal.
What shape have you drawn around as you spun around in your 360-degree circle and you've mapped the horizon.
Keep spinning me
what
round.
shape
I'll be
have you
getting
created?
fucking dizzy, mate.
What shape have you created,
You don't create shapes by spinning around. You don't create shapes by clicking your heels
So if
or
you take
clapping
let's
or doing jumps or anything like that.
let's do this, Bev. Go with me with this. You're
do
the point, okay? You're on flat Earth, and you're a point.
Where's
and
flat
from
Earth?
you, let's say the horizon is 3 miles. It doesn't really
Where's
matter.
flat
It's
Earth? You're not one of those
it's
flat earthers,
arbitrary.
are you?
Let's go.
Tell
It's
me, please.
arbitrary,
Where's flat
right?
Earth? There'll be loads
So-
of people who'll be happy to know that. Let's go there. Where
Are
is
you
it?
willing, Bev, are
What's
you
it
willing
like?
to go down this path? We
What's
talked
it like
about
in flat
it being
Earth,
a circle on Earth.
Alpha?
Are you okay
Brenda?
going this if
What's it
if the
like
Earth
on
is
flat
not
Earth?
not spherical? Doesn't really
The
matter.
Earth, yeah, the
Flat.
Earth isn't flat.
Bev,
Okay.
We're not going to go down the path.
It's not
of
a
the topography
two-dimensional
doesn't come
surface
into play
either.
when people talk about this, okay? So it doesn't
Can you
matter.
do
It's
the
arbitrary.
Brenda voice?
Yeah.
Can you do the Brenda voice for us just once? Just
Take
do
the
the
teeth
Brenda
out.
voice.
If you stand on your Earth and the
It's probably the
horizon
braces.
is 3 miles away
Isn't it
from
the
you,
Brenda voice all the time?
and you keep turning, like you end up turning in a 360
You
degree
spin
circle,
me right
and you
round.
are
You just gotta like
mapping
raise it
what you're
up a little.
seeing.
Yeah.
What
Raise
shape
it
have
up.
you created?
Say that like Brenda
just
would. Come on.
do it like
Just-
with like raise it like this. Just go. Make your voice a little more like this. Do that. Can you
So,
do that
Bev,
for
what
us?
what shape
That
have
was
you
Do
created?
good,
Do
Mike.
it.
I like that.
Thanks. Thanks. Do that one for us.
What shape have you
Maybe
created,
you're
Bev?
Brenda. You're not going to create a shape unless you have a giant pencil out drawing a circle around you. It's stupid. Why even say that? And you're not on flat Earth, by the way.
Model afflicted, right?
Yeah. The only flat
What's the
sediment there is
affliction?
is like a
Where's the
salt pan.
affliction, Bev?
Where's the affliction? The affliction is you think
Right.
if you turn round, you can make a circle.
Sorry, I don't see any affliction there. You're going to have to
You,
define that a little bit further. Where
You
the
can
affliction
look
is.
out and see all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? So you're looking out, you're seeing a horizontal, and then you can think, if I spin around and think hard enough, I can imagine that's a circle because I'm spinning
Bev,
around.
when
And I
you
get
turn
all dizzy
around-
like, and everything's all spinning. And it's
So,
a circle. Because I
with
love
this-
circles,
let-
me, especially the two-dimensional ones. Now, how
Bev.
big, this is what I
Bev.
want to hear from you. Just give us a rough estimate of how big your two-dimensional circle that you imagine is. How big is it?
Bev. So let's go back to what I was asking you about.
And then,
what shape
then ask
that you
yourself,
end up
how many
drawing
of
when you
those
spin
can you
yourself
get
around.
on a sphere? Go on.
So
How big
go
first?
back.
Start off with how big your two-dimensional circle is that you're imagining when you spin round.
what the circumference is or the area?
Yeah, just this. Give us the radius. We can work out the diameter from that. We're quite clever people here.
Remember I defined that for you? I said it when we were trying to talk through what shape you would end up creating when you spun yourself around on your Earth.
But I spun round. No. Run us past it again. Just give us a number.
Let's
give us an
just use
estimate.
3
a rough-
miles. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
Use
so
3
six
miles
six
as the
miles
radius.
diameter, right?
No, 3 miles is the radius.
Yeah, so
You just
6
asked
miles.
for
I
the
did some
radius.
maths there, did some quick maths. It may have been a bit advanced for you, but I extended the radius to the diameter because that's what the circle is. So you've got a 6 mile two-dimensional circle. Now, how many of those can you imagine you can fit on a sphere?
So you're not going to do the
Or
circumference?
would
I
that
thought
be a
you said you wanted
tangent
the
circle?
circumference.
Would that be a tangent circle?
I thought
that
you
you
said you wanted
imagine
the
as a
circumference,
horizon?
Bev. Didn't you want the circumference?
Pi d.
Okay,
oh my
so
god, that is definitely
do pi
Brendan.
d.
Right? How can it not be?
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
do pi d then.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
what's
then
our
we
circumference?
know it's definitely a circle of 6 miles, right? A 2-dimensional circle as defined in Euclidean geometry. It's definitely, if we're using pi to work that out, we're definitely dealing with a 2-dimensional plane surface, right? Now, how many of those 2-dimensional plane surfaces do you imagine you can get on a sphere?
Depends on the size of the sphere now, doesn't it?
Don't know. How many 2-dimensional 2D surfaces are there on a sphere? Usually.
How many?
Yeah.
Isn't it one surface?
A plane? Yeah.
No, one surface. Sphere is just one surface. Yeah, we agree?
So how many 2-dimensional circular plane surfaces do you reckon of 6 miles you could fit on any sphere? It doesn't really matter how big it was.
It would matter, wouldn't it? The size of the sphere would significantly affect that, wouldn't it?
To a 2D plane.
Bev,
No, it
you
wouldn't.
do understand that would affect it, right? The size of the sphere.
I do
means
know
it's
that a
basic.
sphere is a surface of constant curvature, so there will be no
Basic.
2D parts on it at all. Zero. Doesn't no matter how big they are.
Well, spherical geometry, disagrees with you there. So.
You sure?
Let's go there.
Are you sure? What does spherical geometry say about 2-dimensional?
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear that.
2-dimensional surface of a sphere. I mean, isn't that the whole basis for spherical geometry?
Oh, it's Euclid Night, right? Can we get some axioms and definitions, maybe some postulates and propositions out of spherical geometry? I've been dying to hear.
Let's have the definition of a plane circle within spherical geometry. For starters.
You want what? Sorry?
The definition of a plane circle within spherical geometry, please, if you will.
So we're working on definitions of plane now?
No, I'm talking about your spherical geometry, the definitions within that geometry. You know, like how geometry is formed with the definitions of what you're talking about. Then you can talk clearly about what the geometry is formed. What's the definitions?
I'm sure you know definitions in spherical geometry, Bev. You're a geometry expert, right?
I've never seen them. No, I think people just make the shit out of them up, like you're going to do in a minute, or try and obfuscate and not answer it. Can you show me where your definitions are? Any of them? Like, give us the idea of a definition of a square within spherical geometry, if you will.
You strawmanning now, Bev?
I'm asking you for some definitions.
When were we talking about squares? So how does that apply to what we're
I'll
talking about?
take a definition of a circle. What's the definition of a circle in spherical geometry?
Do we have Mickey Mouse here? Oh, Mike. Sorry. Sorry, Mike.
Hey, what's up there, fuckface? What's the definition of a circle in spherical geometry? Definition, please.
Oh, sorry, Mike. Did we talk about definitions?
He doesn't know anything. He's just going to embarrass people.
All triggered by it and wants definitions.
He's obviously way out of his depth with this.
No, Bev, all I did was bring up spherical geometry, and you guys get all triggered. This is hilarious.
You're so screwed.
Oh, you guys are triggered. Keep going. What other definitions are you looking for?
Dude, define a circle.
Any which. Mike, your microphone is going all haywire.
Yeah, something's wrong with your mic, I think. Mike.
Yeah. Mic problems, Mike.
No, any definition, axiom, postulate, or proposition. I'll take any of either or for whatever, whichever, however you want. Just any.
Why Saragaki? What would that?
Because
it's geometry, Dick.
But I didn't bring up anything about definitions, postulates, or anything.
Well,
Where are you going with that? Why do you need something like that?
Spherical geometry, because it's nonsense, like Bev told you, but you don't want to give us any, do you?
Okay.
So just give us one.
There, that's what I wanted. You just claim that spherical geometry is nonsense, right?
Do you have any definitions, axioms, postulates, propositions, anything?
Dude, we just claimed... No. We claimed to ask you for definitions, Alpha. Now, you haven't supplied any of them. Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me, Alpha. That's very rude. I've not asked you. Yes, we are. We've asked you for many questions, for many things. And every time you give us nothing, Alpha. It must be embarrassing.
Spherical geometry dealt with 2D surfaces.
What is your particular qualification, Alpha? Alpha, what is your particular qualification in the Flat Earth Society? What is your position within that, Brenda? Ask Brenda if you want.
So I bring up
just close your eyes,
and everybody goes off.
Everybody asks. Everybody asks you for some sort of a definition, which should be the founding of the geometry.
It's called straw manning.
No, there's definitely no definition of straw man within the definitions, is there?
No, there doesn't need to be, because you don't understand.
Because that's a fallacy. You definitely don't want to start with a fallacy, do you?
It's not this and not that.
Everything that you guys post in here is a fallacy.
Brenda, there are not definitions, right? Not this, not that, not parallel. Come on, you don't know anything?
Know how to obfuscate. And be angry on the mic.
Yeah.
So I bring up spherical geometry and the definition of it, and everybody goes.
The definition of what?
Triggered.
What's the definition of it?
He's just claiming that this is how it goes, right? We gave him the definitions of it.
Wait, what's the definition of it? What's the definition of spherical geometry? You didn't even give that.
No, I did early on, Mike.
Yeah, it said the geometry of the 2D surface of a sphere, and I laughed.
It's perfect.
Contradiction in terms.
What's a contradiction in terms?
Because you just know a circle is a 2D figure. Yet then you equate that to a sphere.
It's talking about the surface.
Yeah, ridiculously so.
Surface of the circle is 2D. Surface of the sphere is 3D.
Okay, Paper, what's the 3 dimensions that you have on the surface?
This is obviously Brenda and WS, because that's a fucking ridiculous statement to make, isn't it?
You can say it's
you just say I'm stupid. I'm stupid when you say that. That's what you say. That's all I hear. I have no argument, so I'm going to ask a ridiculous question.
Yeah, Brenda, would a sphere be within Euclidean 3 space, X, Y, and Z coordinate system, or you want to take it to some unknown place that doesn't exist?
$2D, 3D. 2D balls. Claimed by Brenda.
Well,
Damn,
everybody knows that surface of a sphere in reality displaces water, so we're good there.
Yeah, Brenda is confusing limits of the geometrical figure. Limit of geometrical figure on the plane is line. So, for example, on the limit of the surface is how to say that? Limit of the surface is straight line on the plane, but on the surface of, so this creates 2D surface. Straight line can create 2D surface, but curved line are creating 3D surface. Brenda
Yeah, just
doesn't
see if you can
understand.
see if you can get Brenda to answer this question. Brenda, what shape is the surface of a sphere? She's going quiet on me. Alpha, what shape is the surface of a sphere? Oh well.
Tough one, that. Always for the model afflicted, that's a tough question. Especially just after they've said a circle is basically the surface of a sphere. They can fit a 2D circle that they imagine the horizon is. And they can put that on a sphere and then imagine that the sphere is also 2D. That's brilliant. Almost as if they're flat earthers. Don't tell him.
You like to conflate 2D with their 3D model.
I think he might be a flat earther. He might not know it though.
I think so. Alpha, are you a flat earther?
2D earther. Don't give him the big compromise. Use a bit of dialectics here.
Alpha, I'm sorry I destroyed you the other day in that debate. Did you record it, by the way? Because I'd like to post it. All right, I'll mute.
Would you be all right with being called a 2D earther, Alpha? Most of the people around here are 3D earthers and proud to be living in reality. Do you think the surface is 2D? It's a tough one to find out you're a 2D earther, isn't it? On live as well.
Quiet.
Yeah.
Everyone? Wow.
I can say that that surface of the circle is 2D. That's true. Surface means plane. A field or area inside the circle is 2D.
Alpha, that's another big red X on your model there, unfortunately.
Well, just the concept of 2D, right? If you have a model affliction, then you can change the concept of 2D from a circle to a sphere.
Yes, so the circle is the same as the sphere.
Yeah.
There's no difference between circle and sphere.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's tough. Oh, what? Scared him off. I bet Rumpus or Brenda's going to come back. Now, can we just confirm? Nobody kicked him, did we? I mean, he did that all of his own accord, right?
Yeah, I couldn't kick a flea.
It's all right. It's all right, though. Finding out you're a 2D earther can become a big thing. We should do sort of ease people into 2D earth.
I think that process of conversion is painful and long.
Yeah.
I could hear some crying, and then Alpha dropped off. So I think I know what happened. Yeah.
I think I heard a sniffle at the beginning, but yeah. That's yeah, well, it's good to end up on. It was Euclid Night, and he did try and bring in fantasy at the beginning there, but we eventually brought it back to a 2D concept and showed him that it's not 2D. Like, he's actually I think you called him a flat earther, didn't you? I think it was Cleary's fault, that. Was Cleary gone now as well? It's gone. Cleary called him a flat earther, and he shouldn't have gone for the big F. He should have stuck to the 2D earther. Because I think they might be willing to accept that. because it must be tough to see that switch whenever you go into an argument imagining people who live in reality are the flat earthers, and then finding out that you're actually the one that thinks that 2D circles can equate to a 2D sphere. There's not much difference between a circle and a sphere. It's the biggest model affliction yet.
Yes, it is, and Brenda or whatever thinks that that the surface of solid object is solid object. Therefore, surface is 2D. Therefore, solid object is 2D also.
Well, I think the model affliction that they have goes that Euclidean geometry is the geometry that's founded from a point, right? It's founded from nothing and built up. Well, what they do is they have a stolen concept fallacy, right? Where they find an object and say that surface there is the plane that I'm going to start my geometry with. So they just imagine that the surface is the plane, the 2D that they're starting off with. And that's where the paralogism is. The plane never changes from what it is, a 2D. It's just their conception of it can be conceptualized around any object. The great paralogism is the globe, but an extension of that programming means that this 2D thing exists within a conversation. But obviously, the conversation only goes so far because it's a paralogism. They can't see it. They can't see where it came from. There's no formulation to end up at that conclusion of his globe. It's the one premise statement we've been talking about. And the circle of the horizon is ridiculous. If anybody knows about anything, the best place you could be would be on a really still lake in a certain position where you couldn't see anything around you. And then you would have the sun at a certain position, which would affect how far you could see in any direction. And it would change. So you'd never have a circle in that position. Then you could say, well, do it at night. And then you'd be asking people to see how far they could see at night. And make that a circle. Imagine that's a circle.
Not to mention that you cannot see in 360 degrees at once.
Yeah. Well, that was originally DP said to, I think it was a French teacher that we had round. He said, how many straight lines does it take to make a circle? Because every time you look at the horizon, it's a horizontal. So you turn and stop and look, it's a horizontal. Turn, stop, look, horizontal. How many horizontals does it take to make a circle? The flat earthers went mad at us as well for bringing that one up, because that's something that's a paralogism again. I doubt it anybody's ever really thought about that sort of a thing. Because the concept everybody has is a circle, but all you're doing is turning round, looking at straight lines. How could you ever possibly conceptualize a circle out of that?
The name horizon doesn't indicate that this is circle. Horizon is Greek word, compound word, hori to see, and zona, zone. So this is exactly field of view. This is what it means in Greek.
Pretty
So
good.
the area which you can see. Field of view.
So I'm guessing that Saragaki's already done a proof of this perpendicularity. The only other thing to equate that to is could you, conceptually at least, use that geometric proof of perpendicularity and equate that to either a vertical or a horizontal within Bedy's proof?
What are you meaning exactly now?
Well, in order to do the proof for what Bedy was talking about, right? He's asking, was it a valid statement? Well, it's geometric. So whether you think it's valid or not, the geometry of the thing still relates, and you can relate one statement to the other to the conclusion. That can be done, and that could also, because it's a geometric thing, you can do that, which is pretty much what you've already done, right? The geometric proof of perpendicularity is obvious. The question then is, in that geometric proof, if you equate one of those lines, vertical or horizontal, to the perpendicularity thing, does the other one still work out within the geometric framework of that thing? Vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. And I would say, yeah, you could do it either with the plumb bob or with the level, the tool for establishing a horizontal.
Yeah, it goes both ways. That's the beauty of even just the definition of perpendicular. Two straight lines. It could either be the horizontal or the vertical line. And since vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, yeah, it goes both ways. No problem.
I would agree. Which is why we started off with the straight line test. To give us the proof that we need to establish to start with the rest of the geometric proofs that are yet to come. Obviously, the geometric proofs are already there, well established. And as we are only talking about horizontal and vertical, which is straight lines, geometrically, the geometry, as we've gone over tonight, it may seem a little bit complicated, but I mean, it's not really. We're just talking about circles and distances from A to B and straight lines. But the straight lines don't even need to be there, as shown in reality. You just need to measure the distance. You need to know the distance and measure it. You do not need a straight line. Start point, end point.
Yep. Yeah, that is all you need. The moment you have 2 points, whether or not you want to go and physically, could you even physically do it like that? No, as long as you have 2 points, there will be a shortest distance between those 2 points. You can't really get around that anyway. And they're going to want to extend the questioning, can you show a plane in reality? Because, okay, you can have a line, but can you have a plane? That's the next one.
I know, that's
and
the next test.
Yeah. And yes, you can. A circle is a planar figure, right? So as long as you have some sort of tool, right? Hint, hint, that can establish this, then any 2 points, any 1 point on that plane, could be the center point of a circle. Then just the second point could be a point on the circumference of that circle. Bam, you have a radius between those 2 points. It's pretty easy to do, really, when you think about it that way. So, yes is my final answer. Easily done in reality.
I would say so too. And I would say all of these geometric proofs go to back up the argument that Betty seems to have brought to ask everybody. Get it out again. Oh, come on. There we go. That took a while. There you go. This is it. Betty's. Finally, from Betty. I think he meant finally I can do some real logic. So the statement is all perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other. True.
Yeah, true. Proven in Euclid.
Absolutely. Like even down to it being definitional, but easily provable statement of fact. And all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical.
Definitional.
I would say also horizontal
Provable.
and vertical are perpendicular. They are. So anywhere on a horizontal plane, all the perpendiculars to it will be vertical, and all perpendiculars to a vertical plane will be horizontal. Works both ways.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
can reverse any of this within the statement, and because it's geometry, it's geometrically true also. Then he says, if those two statements of fact that we definitely wouldn't ever argue against, definitely not a surveyor, all verticals are parallel to each other. Well, that follows through those two statements of what I would say is truth. Me and Saragaki both say it's truthful. They sound normal to anybody, I would imagine. So how you can end up with all verticals not being parallel, that would be geometrically provable false, right?
Yeah, you could show that any of these lines are not forming right angles to the plane, or vice versa, that, well, you don't even have to go there. Just you can show that it's not a right angle, like Paper Organist said very early on tonight, right? So, yeah, easily proven that the angle. And if it's not a right angle, then it's not a perpendicular and therefore not a vertical.
And vertical because the vertical planes work on two axes, the X and the Y. Then vertical has a truer meaning because it has more orientations it can be off.
Yes, because the horizontal plane would be on the X, but since you can, like a revolving door with the vertical plane, you can have it in all 360 degrees around. It's But does it change anything? Not really. Just gives you more to work with there.
Yeah. What I find about this is a bit strange, because what we've done is we've proven that the first statement is geometrically true. The second one is definitionally true. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. I mean, where does it say any different than that? And can you link the two perpendiculars through geometry? Yes, you can. And can you come to the conclusion that all verticals are parallel to each other? I mean, absolutely. Geometrically, it's a provable fact. Why Beddy chose to ask if it was a valid argument or not is a little bit strange to me, and then also to lead it with if not, why not? I would say that sounds a little strange, because you've gone truth, obvious truth, and then you're asking people to question that, rather than stating the good points or the bad points yourself. It almost sounds like Beddy's unsure of what he's brought a presentation to us. He's unsure of what he should be thinking about that statement, and then asking us about it. Well, I'd say to anyone, take that away with you. Ask anybody, what's it meant to mean? Why's Beddy doing that? If he's not model afflicted, try not to mention the model affliction. They get upset. But I know there's a certain strange group of people that get upset when you say geometric proofs about verticals being parallel. And what they do to counter that is they have to deny geometry and the geometric proofs.
There was one point where I would say it was Brenda, right, talking to Buster about the plumb bobs and the distance in between. And Turnup explained it perfectly, as I would say. The horizontal plane can be extended indefinitely along any of the straight lines within the plane. Like asking the question then, how far apart, is nonsensical, because the horizontal plane can be extended indefinitely. It does not matter how far away you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we explained at the beginning when we were talking about a two-dimensional circle, you can just link circles together with a shared radius, extend it to a diameter, and do that indefinitely. That shows that the plane can be extended.
Yep. And like you showed with when you did that with the parallel line and the circles, how each of the center points of each of these circles could be a water level, like a point on the water level, or just a point on the surface of a still lake. Like, you don't have to go too technical. Or you could extend it indefinitely. I mean, you have a limit to the size of the lake, of course, but the point still stands that the plane can be extended indefinitely, proven by the circles that you can form.
Which is why everybody should love the straight line test, because it's got all of these principles in it right from day one. The idea of the point A to B is a straight line can be a radius. You can change that to a diameter if you want to. You could halve it, call that the radius. You could then, which is the fact I love this, is you could have the circle on a two-dimensional plane horizontally, but you could also have the circle as a two-dimensional plane vertically, perpendicular to the horizontal.
Yeah.
That. And then at that point, you could then call the total distance the diameter, and you could form a tangent at either end of that diameter, and they would be parallel. And if you could make the plane of the circle that's on the horizontal plane horizontal, then those tangents would be vertical and parallel geometrically. Yeah. It's the geometric proof of this that Beddy's brought. I mean, I really thank him for doing this. It's like he's done it again with the like he did with t-shirt logic. He's brought the perpendicularity logic, which is a little bit step up from the parallel logic of horizontal planes being parallel, t-shirt logic. He's brought the dreaded perpendicular, which is the proof of the straight line and the angles being formed and needing two straight lines to form an angle, particularly the one angle, the right one. It's just brilliant. Thanks, Betty.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if he's not doing this to, you know, in his own way, try and sort of help our side with the logic.
Yeah, you can say that, right? But in the theme of all of this obfuscation, they need this argument to come out in order to counter it. Right? I mean, that could be offensive in modern times. That goes against the globe.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? That geometric proof goes against the globe.
Oh, yeah.
It's hate speech.
Oh, yeah, all sorts of things. Yeah, blasphemy, I think, is the top one.
Yeah, even.
But I was thinking about what Kevin said, right? How Bebby did admit to him in private anyway, that his only gripe with this was that it was lacking the if and then statements. So if that's what he's asking at the end, if not, why not? Well, because it's missing the if and then, according to Bebby anyway, right? Yeah, thank you then, Bebby. Then we can move on, right? Yeah. I think it's been good too.
Yeah, I like the idea of what we do here now, and we bring the grammar, the logic, and the geometry all together. The only thing we're lacking is the rhetoric. And obviously learning how to roleplay characters.
I want to shout out Paper Organist. I've been sort of back and forth for a good few weeks now and been sick and all this stuff, so I haven't really gotten to meet you before, like very recently, and I think it's superb to have you here, Paper Organist, because I can tell that you are on point with this logic stuff. It's really nice to hear.
Thank you very much. I hope only that my not perfect, delicately speaking English doesn't disturb discussion and doesn't make confusion.
Doesn't matter at all, and yeah, it doesn't. We are glad to have you, like Saragaki says.
Yeah, I think if there is misunderstanding because of language barrier, I think that'll be quickly addressed and moved past. I don't think that should be an issue.
I hope so. I am not exercised in spoken language. I write quite well.
You know, my English is pretty worse. It's even worse than yours.
But you speak more fluently.
Oh, not really. Just you're good, man. Honestly.
I hope that it will improve.
Yeah, stick around.
Already...
You'll only pick up bad habits, but yeah, welcome to them. So can we expand on all of this? Do you think there's a better way of us? I mean, do you reckon we could get the...
Could you do the conclusion here, all verticals are parallel to each other? Could you use that then as premise for another argument? I mean, of course you could, so you can definitely expand in that direction if you want to have a logical statement bound with the parallel verticals as a premise. That should definitely be possible.
I think it would be a little bit more fitting for us to mix it up a bit, seeing as it is Beddy and he brought us the t-shirt logic. Could we say all perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other? All perpendiculars to a vertical plane are horizontal. Then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Wouldn't that be more fitting for Beddy?
Yeah, we can definitely do that, no problem.
Sort that one out for him. Proving that all horizontals are parallel. Geometrically.
Yeah.
Thanks, Beddy. Showing the dual application of geometry. Because that's what perpendicular gives you, right? It's one straight line. And the fact there is that one straight line gives you, geometrically, by necessity, a perpendicular anywhere along that line. Just by the fact of you having the one line to start off with. And by extension, any one of those other perpendiculars can have multiple infinite perpendiculars to that. And the consequence of those two statements means that all of the perpendiculars to one line will be parallel forever. Because straight lines can be extended indefinitely. Unless, of course, you're a model afflicted, geometry denying.
You're too kind.
Guys, I have a question.
Go on.
I come across, like, I always listen to you guys like saying Vesica Pisces. Why is that, Vesica Pisces? So don't get me wrong, honestly.
Why is the Vesica Pisces?
Yeah. Why is it first? When you say Vesica Pisces, what do you mean by that?
It's when you have one circle, which it has a center point and a circumference. And then you take any point on the circumference of that circle, and you make another circle on that point, which the circumference of that new circle falls through the center point of the first circle. That shape you end up with there, the two overlapping circles, is called a Vesica Pisces.
Vesica Pisces. You mean like two circles intersect each other, right?
Yeah, where both of the circle are equal sized.
The common size you have on live chat in the picture. The green common area for two circles is called that way.
Yeah, that in the live chat there. That is the Vesica Pisces.
You mean the is that the blue in the blue one, right?
Yes. The bit in the center, the eye shape.
The eye shape. Okay. I get that. All right.
And
Thank you.
Much like the eye, this is a geometric form, right?
Okay. I get that. Thank you. Okay. Because I was always like, Mom, what do you mean by Vesica Pisces? Yeah. Thank you. Get that.
I'm trying to find one that I can draw and then show you.
It was a few days ago. Was it you, Essie, who you had a little objection to me bringing up the proposition 1 in Euclid. But just to shout out Euclid again, since it's Euclid Night, proposition 1, which is to draw the equilateral triangle, proving that you can do it, actually uses the Vesica Pisces to do so. The first thing you ever do within Euclidean geometry is to actually draw the Vesica Pisces, and I think that's very telling.
Yes,
I don't believe I ever objected to that. Not consciously.
No, you said that's a bold leap going to 3 straight lines versus sticking with the one they already disagree with.
Yeah. That, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh.
It's funny to listen to the stuff that they make up, especially Brenda. Before I was cracking up.
Right, here you go. I found her. Well, this is what Vesica Pisces does for you. If you make a straight line or have 2 points, you can make a straight line between them. That Vesica Pisces is the shared radius of both of those circles. It's the same.
Ah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and because that,
yeah.
you can then make a perpendicular, but the perpendicular is already formed by the meeting of those 2 circles.
Absolutely.
So the geometric form of that cross is formed by within Vesica Pisces.
Oh, I get that. Yeah. Yeah.
And so you see the horizontal. It is really it is very important that the center point of each circle falls on the circumference of the other to do this. Do you see the perpendicular line to the horizontal, the vertical line? It falls right through the middle of the shared radius. It gives you the center point between the 2 circles.
Mm-hmm. And even you can draw like a common circle, right?
Yeah, any one circle gives you that, because all you do is you change your center point from the center of the circle to where it touches on the circumference, and then that becomes the center of the next circle.
No. My question is, if you basically try to draw a third circle common, which would sort of encompass all the 2 circles inside the common circle.
Yeah, that's how you do. That's what Saragaki was saying. That's the first thing you do within Euclidean geometry.
Oh.
Yeah, if you take these 2 center points of these 2 circles in Bev's drawing here, and just have the line that goes in between the 2, that is the given line that you are given in proposition 1.
Okay.
That's the line they want you to draw or that he proves that you can draw the equilateral triangle on. So you see the top point where the 2 circles intersect. If you draw a line from both of the centers of each circle up to that point where the 2 circles intersect up there, that triangle will be equilateral because the center of the circle to the circumference is the radius. Yeah.
Like you're starting to form the flower of life and
Yeah.
Sacred geometry that you're doing there, but that is the first. It's the first proposition within Euclidean geometry to show equals.
Yeah, because all 3 sides of this equilateral triangle, in fact, these are radii.
Yeah, they are all the same distance radius.
Yes. Therefore, they have to be equilateral, equal.
Yeah, equals, right? Equals. And what it does is it shows you at the very beginning of geometry that if you equate the radius to 1, then you can replicate that form within a triangle by just drawing more circles. It shows you how to make an equals to an original standard, which they're going to call 1, or the radius. And it shows you how to equate them into a triangle, because the triangle is closely linked to the circle. Obviously so. Moreover, it's the 3 points and the relationship between those 3 points together and their link to the circle, or the link to them being equal and symmetrical. I think equals, right? It equals meaning either side of a diameter. You know, semicircles are equal. All quadrants are equal. All right angles are equal. It's symmetrical about those lines as well.
Nothing like is symmetrical.
About the cross that is formed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the middle. Yeah, ground. Yeah.
It means that they have equal proportion.
And right in the center of the eye, which is the other way up now, isn't it? It's the wrong way up. If you were to put that the other way up, it's like a cat eye with a slit in the middle of it. But there's also that little fish.
Bev, can you draw a circle? Like the center point would be the right where the right angles are.
Right in the center.
In the center, try to draw a circle, right?
On top of that,
the end would be the tangent, would be sort of the end of each circle.
The outside would be the outside
on the top of the circle.
And the center would be right at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Put that point
draw
there
it.
and that point there. Let me because there's 2 circles.
Just leave 2 circles, right?
There you go. Right. There you go. That one. So there's 2 circles. The one for the ones that are going left to right.
Yes.
And the ones that are going up and down, because obviously that Vesica Pisces of one isn't the same as the Vesica Pisces of the other. Well, it's not even a Vesica Pisces because it's not the full radius, is it? The one that's top to bottom.
No, it's only Vesica Pisces once they have a shared radius in between them. Once the radius has to be equal, and they have to be, the circumference of one has to lay on the center of the other.
Yeah, it's probably the difference between the square root of 3 and the square root of 5. I don't know.
It's interesting. If you have the unit square, right, you get the diagonal of that being square root of 2. But if you stack one unit square on top of the other, then the diagonal of that rectangle is actually the square root of 5.
Yeah, that was cool the way you showed before. Just add another circle, and then you get the square root of 3, and then the square root of 4.
That
Yeah,
one that
that was.
J-Rose just put in is quite a good one as well.
Yeah,
That explains it. How to just use the one circle and not go beyond it, right? Because anything at 6 would be a little bit more, or would that be all the way across? It might be on on the horizontal 6.
I can see why people geek out with this math stuff. Personally, I never got into it, but now I'm starting to see why you can geek out with this stuff.
Yeah, see, even putting the numbers there with the square root, I don't think actually does justice to it. It sort of somewhat complicates the issue.
Yeah, I would agree, because it's more, like you said, it's a ratio back to the original radius always. So adding even the symbol, the square root symbol, is, I guess, more geometrically sound than the number itself, but it is related back to as a ratio to the original radius of the first circle, always.
Yeah, it would probably be a good idea to start off with 1 vertically and then try and do 2 vertically, 3 vertically. So you're always ending up with the progression of these lines going upwards, because they're at different angles. And I know it shows you that 1's so much bigger than the other, but 1 and 2 are so far removed from 3 that you struggle to see the relationship between 1, 2, and 3.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
1 is outside of the circle. I was just thinking that in my head.
Well, I think this image is just wanting to graphically show you, because you see the square grid that's also around there. I think it's just wanting to show you trying to get it more visually in order, because that 1, the red line on the left, is equal to the radius of the circle. That is where the line comes from. It's just put up there, I think, to make it more visually understood.
What circle? The 1 is in relation to what circle?
The first circle, all of the circles.
Yeah, both circles, either circle.
It's just the radius, and that square is the square. 1 square.
Yeah, all of these squares have the same, what's it called? Distance to the sides, yeah.
The red line takes up one side of the box, actually, and the circle takes up 2 boxes. So one side of one box is going to be the radius of the circle. If you look at the boxes, it might be a little clearer for you.
Right. Okay, yeah. I'm starting to get it now more clearly, yeah.
And then you see also, interesting enough, the square root of 4, as it's labeled, is just the diameter of the circle. It's just radius times 2.
Yeah.
So the first one is one side of a square. The second one is from one point to the other.
The second...
third is the superficies.
No, the second... sorry. 1 is the original size. 2 is the square, the diameter, the diagonal of the square of 1. 3 looks a bit confusing there.
Yeah, in the superficies.
In the Vesca Pisces, you mean? Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I mixed those up. Yeah.
But
yeah, what's that
square root
relation?
of
Explain
3?
that relation.
Like if I can do it like you can think along, right? You have 1 being the radius, 2 being the diagonal of the square. So if you use the same dimensions for a cube, then that square root of 3 would be the diagonal that goes inside of a cube from the, let's say, bottom left corner to the far back right corner, like the complete diagonal with inside the cube of the same dimensions.
Right. Okay. Okay. Right. I get it.
And that's why it's pretty awesome that that specific distance is formed within the Vesica Pisces when you just make 2 circles. It's like it's magic in a sense, like it says in the top left corner.
So it goes like from 2D to 3D in a sense.
Well,
because the second one is from one side to the other, right? Of a square.
But take this, right? Now, in order for you to get the square root of 3, you need to start off with the number 3. Right? Within your formula, if a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and you need 3 squared to be 3. Right? So you need to find the square root of 3. Well, how do you end up with 3 in that thing? Well, what you've got there is 1 and the square root of 2. Haven't you? So in your idea of how you made the square root of 2, if you make 1 as one side and then 2, the square root of 2 as the other side, then the square root of 3 will be the diagonal between those two. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because that's where the square root of 3 comes into it. It is that number. How you get to the distance of the Vesica Pisces from that would obviously have to be geometrically formed. But what you're doing is you're transposing the square root of 2 as one side of the square and 1 as the other side. Because you're ending up with
it's
1
not as
and
easy
2.
as you guys. I've never really got into this stuff, so this is like new to me. I gotta really put some brain power into it.
You and me
Same,
both.
really.
You and me both.
Well, because the square
me
root
too
of
as
2.
well. Well, Bev, what's the square root of 3? Re-explain, please, sir.
Can you see on that thing there that J Rose put in?
Okay,
The
yeah.
one that's got square root of 1, square root of 2, square root of 3, square root of 4, and square root of 5.
Yeah.
Right, now, within the idea, do you understand where the square root function comes from in this?
Oh, no.
Right, it's Pythagoras. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. Right, but what it is you're after is c. Right, in all of these things, you're after c. So what you need to be able to find the square root of 2, you need the formulation of a squared plus b squared to equal 2. In order for you then to find the square root of it.
So are you saying... Okay. Let's do it mathematically. Let's put it in numerical terms, right? Radius equals 1, right?
Yep.
The diameter, the diameter, which is 2 radiuses, right? Which means 1 square plus 1 square equals what? Equals c.
It equals c squared. So c squared must equal 2. So in order to find c, you need to find the square root of 2. which is that line. And it's a transcendental number. You're never going to be able to write that number down. But that number times by itself makes 2. Right? That's the idea of the square and the square root within the mathematical function. But it's just much easier to see through the line form. But in order to do the numerical thing, you have to end up with a number that you then need to find the square root of, because it needs to fit the c squared formulation. So in order for you to find the square root of 3, a squared plus b squared must equal 3. And within that line there, 1, the square root of 1 is 1. And the square root of 2 is 1.44 something. But it's that line. That line is the 2. So you have the 1 added to the 2, which makes 3. And then you need to find the square root of 3. Which would be the diagonal of, if you were to make a rectangle with side 1, or the square root of 1, and the square root of 2. And the diagonal between on that rectangle would give you the square root of 3. Does that make it clear? Or
not really. Well, not really, honestly.
I would suggest that it is kind of hard to portray in so many words. I would really recommend sitting, either go on the computer and go to any like GeoGebra or whatever it's called. You can draw circles there, and you can go into either that software and do circles there and look at this. Or even better would be to get yourself a compass and sit down and do this physically on paper. It's a lot more rewarding, I guess. It will teach you more. You will get more out of it, right, if you're doing it physically on paper. It's kind of hard to convey these kind of things by words.
I think my neighbors heard me laughing when you asked that. Does this make it clear? I laughed so loud when you asked that question. Sorry, Beth. It's coming, but it's not by no means clear.
Now I'm starting to remember why I hated math so much, or not interested in it. Yeah.
It's not, but okay, because the problem is like I don't have, I can't get the click when you say this and that, right? Square this, square that. So,
do you have the picture up still with the square roots on them?
Yeah.
That red line, you see that the square that the red line is sitting on, it's one of the sides of the square, right? So you see all of the sides are of course equal since it's a square.
I agree.
So that means that number, or that line rather, let's keep it geometric, that line makes that square specific. So you could imagine if you take that orange line, you could make the square.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead, continue, right?
Yeah, that orange line, which is square root of 2 in the picture. You could also make a square with that as one of the sides, and so on and so forth with all of these lines. They could be sides of a square, as well as just being the single line that it is. It could also be the side of a square. And that's why Bev is bringing up the Pythagoras for the a squared plus b squared equals c squared formula. But just those lines themselves can be drawn out as a side of a square. So that's where the square root wording comes from, because it's the root of the square. Because to get a square, you take a number, right, and multiply it by itself. Or geometrically, you take a line, let's say it's a radius of a circle, and you use that distance to make the square. So the square root is just like what the side of that specific square, the distance of the side of that specific square is. That's the root of that square.
George is voicing his opinions in the chat about how he's going to allow flat earthers to go over there, but he doesn't want us to go and see his test. George and Rumpus are shy, I think.
Why would they assume that you're going to interfere?
Well, they don't. Gonna cry. That's what George wants to get all upset and butthurt about it.
Not very hospitable of them, I would say.
Rumpus, we don't even know what Rumpus is doing anyway. He's not going to do anything. He's meant to be putting a video out telling us what's going on. He's not done any of that.
I'm going to predict that if this test takes place in private, then there's no way it's going to be done in public afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I would say if they're going to do it 1 week in private or 1 weekend, because it'll take more than 1 day, that they won't be able to do it, and they'll find out that it's a bigger job than what they imagine it is, and then never actually do it. Perhaps they might never do it anyway. Just say they did. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Save George a bit. Let's say we did do it in private. That's why there's no record of it.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think they're going to go and do it in private, if they ever get to do that. Realize that based on your observations, Bev, I'm putting this opinion. Realize that there's no freaking way they can see that far. And just never speak of it again. That's what I think.
Yeah. Would have been a good idea, George, for you to have told Rumpus to at least go down and look through an auto level. But I guess you could come and do all of that testing yourself, George, when you're here.
$6 miles, huh? Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I think this geometry and the square root is purely a squared plus b squared equals c squared. And it's all about making the square of that number and then finding the diagonal of that square.
Yeah, it is basically that, yeah.
Well, it's not the diagonal, it's called the hypotenuse, isn't it? Because what you're doing is you're making the 1 and the 2 become the 3, and then it's the diagonal of the 2. So it's more about the triangle and the square of that triangle.
Yeah, the square that triangle is sitting within.
Yeah.
If anything ever needed a black whiteboard, it's this.
I know. I've got loads of stuff wrote on my whiteboard at the minute, though. But yeah, this is something that we are obviously going to have to go over.
Yeah, make a note of this. We got to go over this one day because this is very important.
I've got it in my head that I want to do this just for myself, to be able to draw that progression as visually as I can.
You know, when I understood this theorem is when I saw it in box form. You know, when they show it in box form, like
yeah,
a visual.
Those are the exact squares we are actually talking about, Desi.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. But it doesn't come out clearly the way you guys explain it, right? To somebody that doesn't understand this, it's just you might as well be talking Chinese.
Yeah, I understand. It's tricky to put into words, and for me
That's why the
specifically,
whiteboard. Yeah.
yeah, I haven't really tried to explain it in words to people before, so it's a learning process just in order to explain oneself on that subject as well.
Yeah, it's obvious you, Bev, Paper are on a different level on this, right? You've studied it before, you looked into it before. But to somebody that's never seen this before, it's you might as well be talking Chinese.
Yeah, that's the thing, Essie, right? What this requires is a switch around of what you've been taught. The links between the numbers are so far removed from the actual geometry, because one of the best things I ever heard was somebody, there's no numbers in geometry, you know. It's like, what? No numbers in maths? No, it's just purely logical. So what the hard part is to take the numbers out of it. But then with Pythagoras' theorem, it becomes really difficult to be able to do that.
If skeptical was to see a square plus b squared equals c squared and actual the squares, he would understand it immediately. I guarantee you, within 30 seconds.
Can you do it, please?
There you go.
I don't have those. Does anybody have those diagrams, that visual available?
For what?
For the a square times plus b squared equals c squared. That, but explained
those,
visually. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be something to definitely go and look up, because there you can find it everywhere and represented in different ways.
There you go.
Here's a GIF of it now in the live chat. Yeah.
Get another one.
The idea is
that one didn't really do it.
It's a bit fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
It changes from the end to the start again real quick.
Yeah, I like this one. It's that one sort of shows you.
That one is better, but using water, you can't see the damn squares.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that one is, I like that one.
It shows you the square formed from the sides of the triangles are what they're talking about. And in order to find the square root, you square root the square to find the length of the side. Well, to find the root of the diagonal.
Yeah, that one's a little bit better.
You want to go? I want to go over this George thing first, though.
I think the square root thing requires its own.
Yeah,
a little bit more of an in-depth thing.
Whole show, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But good to know that everybody's interested in it, and that, you know, like, because I think it's a good one to show that the numbers and the conception of numbers and squares and square roots are based around the actual square, not the number thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's based actually on a square. Yeah. When I understood that, then I got it.
Find the root.
I mean, base on a square.
Find root.
Find
He's saying,
root.
he's saying that it's actually a square, a geometrical, like a square, and it's not number based whatsoever. It's actually about the square itself.
See, because if you go back just a bit up, right? If you scroll up to the image G rule posted in the live chat, right? I see 2 circles and squares all around, yeah? Those are squares. Square, is that what you talk? Square, when you say square, you refer to the square of itself, right?
The square of the
for
side.
Me, for me, sorry?
It's the square of the side of the triangle. It's whatever the length the side of the triangle is, forms a square of that size.
Look at 18 past the hour. Cleary posted something. You see it?
Okay.
Okay, you see a triangle in each square?
Yeah.
Now you notice the longest side of that triangle is what forms the side of the square.
What do you mean what is it, the longest side? The longest side, it's AC, okay. No, it's AB. Is it?
Well, AB is one square, the blue square.
Yeah.
So
Look at the color.
AH is the same as AB on the big square. That's what makes it a square.
Hold on. What is AH? Yeah.
And
Okay.
as that, same on the green square, the AC, right, is the same as AG. It's another square of that side of the triangle.
Okay.
The longest side of the triangle, the hypotenuse.
So if you call all of those sides of that triangle, if the green one you call A, right, then A square is that green square. And if you call the side CB B, then you're going to say that square there, the red one, is B square. So you're going to be able to say A square, that green one.
Is that where it come from? You mean?
That's it. That's literally Pythagoras' theorem.
Yeah.
See how the visual helps? Yeah.
Yeah, got it now. I swear I got it now. Okay.
See, that's the thing, right? Everybody thinks it's a mathematical thing, but it's literally about the geometric shape, the square.
Oh, fuck you. Absolutely got it. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. You see, visuals really works.
Yeah, that's how I got it. So, yeah. Because I can get complex
but
things like
numbers
black
actually-
stars, but stuff like this, I don't know, my brain doesn't pick it up quickly.
It's not a numerical thing. It's honestly, it's not numbers or it's geometry. It's a geometry thing.
Yeah, and look, everybody's brain works differently, right? Some people like numbers, some people like words, other people like, it's we learn differently. Some visually, some verbally, some combination of both, whatever.
Can I just go back over this George thing now? Okay. George says, we're not welcome to the test at Bedford. I don't know why. We've been there probably more times than George, definitely. He says, there is no reason for Bev and crew to show up other than my son being the only one that's filmed both the Rowbotham and the Wallace one so far. So Rumpus would just be the trifecta. We'd have it the lot then. He'd have it, all of it. So, yeah, George, my son's the one that's filming all of this sort of stuff, and there's every reason for us to go to Bedford anytime we want to go to Bedford. There's no reason George should be saying that we can't go to Bedford on any particular time. And then George says there's no reason for us to show up. Well, we can go wherever we want, George. Some sort of a thing we have in this country. It says, we have expressed several times we do not need them. That doesn't matter. We can still go wherever we want, George. Bevan Crew has recently been assholes and are not welcome. Rumpus and George, you don't need to welcome us at all. But we can go wherever we want. Thank you very much. And we have no reason to be assholes because we're not. But we can go wherever we want, George. So
imagine somebody coming, a tourist in your country, telling you you can't go somewhere in your country.
Yeah, they're telling us that we're not welcome.
That's rich.
Somewhere in the country that we've already been to before.
You mean the country you were born in?
Yep. And the very place that we've been to before and filmed twice. Judge. Yeah. We've done the we've looked through an auto level. We've got film footage of it. We've got all of that. Rumpus hasn't. Rumpus has got nothing. But it was nice because Rumpus is going to do it live streaming it and filming it and practicing his live streams and getting it all out. I mean, why is that not happening? Rumpus has done all of his testing. He's going to show us his testing that he's done within his videos that he's going to do shortly. Explaining exactly what's going on with his test, all of the geometrical principles behind it and everything. Almost seems like it's a bit of a sham, doesn't it? Like Rumpus promises all sorts of stuff many times, and he's got nothing.
If he doesn't do it this time, he's gonna get a lamb basting. I'm holding my tongue. I promised Rumpus I'd hold my tongue. But Rumpus, if you don't do it this time, oh, brother.
They're just going to say they've done it. Did it in private. Like all of Rumpus's tests and all of the live streams that he's already been doing when he's been testing it. When he's been testing live streams.
I will reserve the right to lamb-based. You got 3 months, Rumpus. That's it. Season's over. Maybe 4, if you're lucky.
Oh, I like that one that Clary's put in there.
Okay. I have a question.
Yeah.
I get that the Pythagorean, it's clear so far. It's really clear to me, honestly. It's just struggling understanding the notion of a square root. Where do we get that from? Square roots.
Diagonal, isn't it? It is the
Diagonal.
hypotenuse of the square or rectangle. Because if you can, you see the one that Clary's posted, looks like a shell.
I mean, when? 21 before they are?
23.
23. Hold on.
It's got a blue bit on one
Yeah,
side of it and
yeah,
a bit
like
that
a
looks
shell.
like
Yeah,
a shell,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So can you see right at the very beginning of that, you've got AB as being 1 and BC as being 1.
Yeah.
Right, well, the square root of 2 is the diagonal of that square 1 and 1.
The diagonal, which is AC.
Yeah, is the square root of 2.
Yeah.
Right, now that square root of 2 becomes one side of the next triangle. And that has CD, which is 1 again. So you're going to add a 1 to the square root of 2, which means you're going to get
3.
You're going to get the square root of 3, right? So then you're going to use that square root of 3 with another one and end up wanting the square root of 4, which is 2.
No, it does. Well, no, the notion of square. I get that principle, but square root. That's what I'm struggling.
It's the diagonal of that. Call it a rectangle. It's the progression there. They just add a 1 going around the outside to the progression of the length of the square root. So like once you have a square root of 2, you add the 1 to the other side, and then you've got the square root of 3. And then you add the 1, and you've got the square root of 4. And you add the 1, you've got the square root of 5. And it's just all of that, all the way around. That's the progression. Every time making a diagonal of the hypotenuse of that right-angled triangle. The square root is literally the diagonal or the hypotenuse of the triangle.
Yeah, that's a very clear-cut explanation right there.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that.
Not for me, but
yeah. Well, once you figure out how to solve for that, once you learn that, it's very easy. Just YouTube it. There's this woman that explains it. I forget her name. I think her name is Pi something. Anyways, you'll find a lot of videos that'll explain it. Once you understand that, it'll click.
Oh.
Because the triangle only has one side that's that size, a right triangle. It's not as hard as it sounds. But first you need to know that relationship.
Yeah, it's the square root is a mathematical thing, and it's usually been a button on a calculator. But what we've just learnt recently is that the square root of 2 is a transcendental, much like pi.
The square root of 2 keeps changing. It's not solvable.
It never ends. It's transcendental. You can't find an answer to it yet. Within geometry, it's just the diagonal of the square of 1.
Right. Yeah, this stuff is quite fascinating, really. I don't know why I never got into it. Like the relationships, yeah.
Yeah, it does go to show that within all of this, the formulation of it all, that geometry must have come first. there's no way you can formulate mathematically something that's transcendental and work it back to going, oh, it's just the diagonal of a square. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's
They've
like
probably seen it in nature.
It's come from geometry first. And somebody's decided to put numbers to it and try and relate that number form to the thing and found that there is no number form for it. I mean, how could you get much simpler than being able to say the square of 1? That diagonal is unsolvable. Say unsolvable. An unobtainable number.
That in itself is mind-boggling, right? Like pi.
Yeah.
It's like a message, like kind of a thing.
Can't be more
like,
simpler
look
than
here.
putting the square of the side 1, though. I mean, how much simpler do you want to get? I mean, pi is perhaps a hard one to explain to people of how things happen and how it goes around that. But a square of 1 being unsolvable within number form. The square root of 2. I find that amazing. Whilst it's clearly just the diagonal of
when you put in a calculator, it comes to 1, no?
No, 1.412. It just goes on forever. Just put it in your calculator.
I just did. It came up with 1, unless I did it wrong.
No, 2 square root is what you want to be doing.
Okay.
$1.4121.
Yeah. 1.421, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
But it does end on a calculator. You know, that number does end.
Does it? Let me see.
Well, it doesn't. Mine ends with 9.5.
Mine ends with 2. Mine ends with 2.4. How is that? You mean it comes out different each time?
No, mine says 1.4142135623373095. But in actuality, you could keep saying that number.
Yeah, it depends on how many digits you'll take it.
Just keeps going and going and going. There's no end to it.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because then you said it ends.
Well, yeah, I
right.
said mine ends with 9.5. It doesn't have a ... Right? There's no... It just looks like it ends. That's the number. It ends in 9.5. But you said yours ends in a different number. So they can't be the same, can they?
Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm saying. What is this? Like, what?
That's the problem with numbers. Whereas to show a square and draw the line and say that's the square root of the 2.
You guys the numbers should match at the same amount of digits. If they don't, then there's a problem. How many digits past the point do you guys both go? And just check and say 10 digits past the point. Are both your numbers the same in the calculator? Because if they're not, then there's an issue. But
that's what I just did. I went. It's 10 digits past. As you were saying, I was counting.
15.
How many is yours, Bev?
Yeah, I've got 15. I've got 2373095. You've got rounded up to 24.
Weird stuff, man.
That is weird. That is definitely weird.
iPhones, they got 5 extra digits on transcendental numbers.
So I got ripped off. I'm missing 5 digits. I'm gonna write to Android.
Did you turn it sideways and go into scientific mode, John?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. You have to.
Just to get the square root function.
Yep, it won't give it in the up-down mode. You got to go sideways. That's right. Yep. Not enough room for all them things. Yeah. The sine function and all the other things.
How many times I've used that a squared plus b squared equals c squared in my life, and I've never looked at it like I'm looking at it right now.
George says that I've got no idea what I'm talking about. And the square root of 2 is not transcendental. It's algebraic. That's like letters, I think.
So he's saying it's a defined number? Is that what you're saying, George?
Algebraic.
And what does that exactly mean?
Algebra is like where you put letters in the place, isn't it?
Variables, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can't see how the square root of 2 is algebraic, because 2's a number, right? How'd you get back to algebra? I like your idea, though, George. Good try. Thanks for coming, George.
They say a square root of a number is a value that can be multiplied by itself to give the original number.
Yeah.
So did Pythagoras come up with that just to be able to calculate the what the hypotenuse would be? Or was there another purpose behind that equation?
Behind what? The a squared plus b squared equals c squared?
Yeah. Because it's used to calculate the length of the hypotenuse.
It's used to calculate for the length of any side.
Okay, yeah.
Once you can find...
Yeah, you got to use those other functions.
Yeah. If you know, like, if you're dealing with a square, then you just need the hypotenuse, right? You can find the sides of the square by using that formula. Conversely, if you have one of the sides of the square, you can work out what the square root is across the diagonals, because if you're working for the square, you want to know that the diagonals are equal to make sure that the square's a square. That's your check.
That's how we used to do it at work.
Yeah. So therefore, that square root is pretty important in terms of making things square. At least.
Plus or minus an eighth of an inch, of course.
But more important than that, it is the formulation of the right angle triangle, which is formable within, if you call the hypotenuse the diameter, then that right angle will always fall somewhere on that semicircle. Now, the circumference of the semicircle, well, that is more fundamental than it seems, because rather than the right angle falling within the circle, it's like the idea of the circle is to be able to form the right angle triangle, because it's not the circle that you can do things with within geometry. It's the triangle that allows you to predict the sides and the angles of the rest of the triangle. The triangle's more important, and those 3 points are what get defined, not the circle that you're talking about. I believe that's why Euclid didn't put a radius in when he went to solid geometry for the sphere. He only mentioned the diameter, because within the formulation of all of this, in reality, the radius is not needed as of a sphere. It's an unobtainable thing, finding the radius. You can literally only use the diameter of a solid sphere to know the size or whatever. You can't get internally. A bit like Aristotle with you cannot predicate in something, you can only predicate of something. And the radius would be in the sphere. That would be unknowable.
Skeptical, I found a good video for you. The one I was telling you that explains trig. I think you'll find it like very easy to understand. She's very, very good and draws everything. You'll get it immediately.
Thank you, bruv. I appreciate it.
Pleasure. It helped me a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna subscribe. Yeah, thank you.
When did Brenda leave? What was the question that stopped? Can anyone remember?
What was that?
What was the question that made Brenda leave? Something stopped him right in his tracks.
Oh, I think somebody was asking him. Oh, how did he? I think it was Saragaki that was asking him for proofs of something or other, of anything actually. I can't remember I can't quote him on the exact things he was asking for. But I think that's what led him away. I'm not certain. Don't quote me.
Yeah, there is like a sort of like a beauty to it, how trig works, you know? How the relationships between the angles and all that stuff. It's just boring as hell, you know? That's why I never got into it. Yeah.
Well, trig is the sort of the number form of the relationship of adding the numbers into the geometry, I guess, to prove it. But you've already proved the right angle triangles within geometry. All you're doing there is adding a relationship about the angles to the sides. Once you know the size of the circle you're dealing with, or knowing the two sides will give you the size of the circle that you're dealing with, one or the other.
It's a little mind bending to remember all that stuff. That's where the Sokotoa thing, that's pretty ingenious, I must say. That how they're structured, how can you remember? Yeah.
Oh. How many dimensions the surface of a sphere have? Too hard a question to answer.
Yeah, only if you're in La La Land.
Well, Alpha, I can remember Alpha left for some reason. Went very quiet after being asked a question. That obviously, when they get questions that are too hard to answer, they just go clam up and then leave eventually. Yeah, it's been a good night tonight, and the geometry, I quite like the idea of Euclidia. It would be better if I could get it sideways on to get it a bit. See whether I can do that somehow. See whether there's a way to put it landscape.
Is that on your phone or is that on like a computer?
No, that's on my phone.
I tried it once and I said, "What is this garbage?" Because I was trying to draw the line, and I didn't realize it's not very explicit in how it. Now I'm gonna try it again after you guys show how it really works.
Well, yeah, that's what I was after. I was hoping to use it as a tool to teach me how to use these computer geometry sort of things. Because I'm no good with these drawing packages and making lines and all of that. I'm old school. Compass and a pencil. A straight line.
That's how I was looking at it, yeah, and it wasn't working. And I said, "What the hell kind of app is this?"
Yeah.
But now the way you guys showed it, I'm gonna give it another go.
I'm getting better. I mean, I'm still not proper with it and knowing which tools to use and all of that. But I do.
Yeah,
I do like
it. Should have a better set of instructions, like really.
Well, I don't know. I think we're just a bit old. Pretty sure that the new kids know what it is. They don't need to be told.
Yeah.
Like, come on, old man, get back to your compass.
You don't know how to press enter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that pencil lead's toxic, man.
It'll poison you outright.
And would you rather be more connected to the computer or to the compass and the pencil?
Yeah, I mean, the compass and the pencil I would much rather do, but getting that on video to show you guys, it's a little bit more tricky. It's a lot easier for me to show you on an app that you can look at. But I mean, I've inspired by Gadget and doing the art thing. I would like to be able to do the geometry thing as a drawing.
Is that something you can do on the whiteboard?
It's a bit hard to get it on the whiteboard because the tools are a bit bigger and the compass doesn't work as good, as a proper compass on a piece of paper.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. As far as puncturing the center, you mean, right?
Well, just in visually to keep it all together.
Yeah.
It's much easier to use the app, but yeah, I do really want to do the drawing of it, but that requires a setup that's going to take a bit. And
if you're going to do it step by step. Just don't give me the finished product and then have me look at how you put it all together. Have me have to figure out how you put it all together.
Well, that would be the idea. If I was to do it in visual form, I would like to be able to draw it out and visualize it step by step as the procedure's going on.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Because when you're popping those circles on that app, I was saying, where the frig is he getting these circles from, and where are they connecting? I just couldn't put it together on the small screen the way it was. You were flipping circles out there at the speed of light, and I'm saying, what the hell is he doing?
Yeah, it does. You don't actually see the formulation of the thing, do you?
No, not well. No. I tried to pick it up, but I kept getting lost.
Yeah, that would be good to do. But you see, the problem is, in order to make the square of the circle, you have to employ like square graph paper, I think, in order to do it better. But with the Euclid app, you can have the tools to be able to do that. Well, I'll see. We'll get it sorted.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll come up with something good.
I know I've got a great one for the straight line. Shared straight line segment test. Geometric proof of a perpendicular as well. It all fits together with all of the stuff we've been doing. Really good. So, it's nearly midnight. Oh, it's gone midnight. It's 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's right. You're 5 hours ahead of me there. That's true.
I'm going to have to get...
I just wanted to say when Brenda was on there that if I set up a plumb here in New York and you set a plumb there where you are in the UK, they would be perpendicular and they'd be parallel to each other. Distance wouldn't matter.
They'd both be perpendicular to a horizontal plane.
Yep.
And those horizontal planes would be parallel, geometrically provable. So therefore, because they're both parallel, they're both perpendicular to parallel planes, they will both be parallel too.
Exactly. Not that difficult to understand in the real world.
No, it's just there's a certain group of people who will ridicule you for saying geometric facts. Now, me personally think that's a bit silly.
It is, for sure.
But they can't help it.
If you have a legitimate argument against it, just state what your argument is. You don't have to get nasty like they do sometimes. But they don't have the argument, so the nastiness has to come through. Good stuff, man. All right, you go to bed, man.
Yeah, thank you.
You got my permission.
I'll just finish this off. Anybody else got anything to say? If not, don't worry.
You're still live. I didn't even know that.
Live. Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone. It's a good show. Yeah, go on. Sorry, I see.
I was just going to say it's a good show. Thank you, Saragaki, and everybody, the way they explained. And I learned some stuff. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Good night, Bessie.
Join us tomorrow. It is Free for All Fridays. I think last week it messed up, was it? Last week? Yeah, my sound went a bit funny. We're probably going to be doing gaming. I've got to set up the studio within the game, and then hopefully I might be able to do these entire presentations. I might be able to have me in a screen somewhere sat at a desk. So join us tomorrow. Free for All Fridays. We've got lots to go over. This has been a pretty eventful week. especially with these arguments, I'm hoping that somehow we might be able to get some globe Earth opinion on Beddy's proof of horizontal planes being parallel, perpendiculars and all that. Thank you, everyone. Anyone got any Buster? I like straight lines. I'm going to do it. I know what I know, because it's been a good day today. Thank you very much, people. Hopefully, see you tomorrow. Buster's seeing us out.
Double think, clouds your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm
horizontals
saying,
are parallel to the
let me
plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You can't just spout